Пам пам парам парам пам. Ты где, блядь? Егорчик, Магорчик, Огурчик. Не. Нет. Че там, Женя, лазишь? М? Женя, не трогай это, нельзя, Бобо. М-м. А чё ты не вайер, блин? Алло,
Здорово.
здорово. А чё ты в клановский дискорд не заходишь?
Куда?
Ну, клановский. Аура.
Не знаю.
Зови, у тебя Европа.
Сейчас доиграем опять.
Блять, давай. Опять зашел, что ли, запустился?
Я тебя звал, ты меня игнорировал.
Че в пизду, нихуя ты не звал? Я тебе
думал,
звонил, блядь.
Вот ты дрянь. А у меня что-то слышишь с Вибер? Ой, WhatsApp. И он мне вот только сейчас пришел уведомление, что ты мне звонил.
Да.
Херня какая-то.
Ладно, сейчас пойду наложу пожрать, пока играй.
Давай. Че ты тут? А, не.
Да подожди.
Кого надо буду ждать?
Да, Сань.
Короче, ты билет можешь нажать? Давай. Что у тебя там, блядь, топка забита?
Есть? Егор. Егор. Эй.
О, с нами летят.
Конечно, летят. Двое, да?
Да?
Один дальше вроде вниз летит туда. Да. Не, он упал туда.
Не, он сюда упал. Блять. Могу метку ставить, прикинь.
Я видел, куда напал. В ангар.
Мгм. Как дела?
Нормально.
Как теребонька?
Да, выходные.
Наверное, у тебя все.
Да.
Третья броня.
Да похуй. Пойдем убивать.
Подожди, мне есть. Что-нибудь возьму. У меня вообще нет оружия. Подожди, он там же, где и ты.
Да, да.
Интересно.
На лестнице он.
Угу.
Еще дальше кто-то есть.
Подбайся. Ходит второй.
Где он?
Прям подобный. Решил. Нокнул.
Трой наверху.
Плюс.
Прыгнул.
Нет, нет, он бай. Значит, смотри вот сюда.
М. Где там аук, блядь, есть? Аук.
М-ку.
Ну, хотя бы М-ку пока.
Наука у меня, брат.
Это разные или еще? Кто-то же налево падал, не?
Нет, это
Или-
мы вдвоем не были.
Он?
Я больше никого не видел, только двоих. Ты еще кого-то видел, что ли?
Да нет, он просто лево где-то падал.
Он ангар падал. Все правильно. Тебе что надо?
Аук, аптеки и больше четверки что-нибудь. Все, тебе четверка нужна?
Не, у меня
Тихо.
шестерка.
У меня чел, блядь.
Тебе? Где? бот.
Не, это чел.
Не, он какой-то. Дрелсекс.
Да. Не видишь там никого? То есть четверка не нужна тебе?
Нет, нет, у меня четверка, я же говорю. Тут все закрыто вроде.
Вон в ангарах лутался. Я говорил, слева падал один. Почему ты
Я видел двоих только.
доверяешь?
Чай. Я говорю о том, что я видел.
За чипом приедет. Да, подкатывает. Не заглушился. Заглушился.
Заглушился. Ошибка. Доставка тачки. Четверка.
Есть.
Бери еще.
О,
Бери тачку.
вторая.
Очень больно.
Ебать.
Ты хорош.
Стреляй, что-то не стреляет.
Да я...
Ага. Он тоже вроде там крутился. Высадил?
Да.
Где второй?
Проверим. Стой, не добивай. Не добивай пока. Пусть подъедет.
Он там. Он здесь у нас.
А серьезно?
Да.
Тачка чуть сзади.
Чип надо забрать и уехать.
Сделать? Сейчас, погоди. Чип забирай. Забрал, поехали. Все, поехали. Кстати. Попал.
Да похуй.
Он за ним поехал.
Да, поебать. Чип ты забрал?
Да, я выкинул. Тачку вижу.
Где ты видишь?
А сам съел, куда поехал.
Че, почилим тут?
Давай. Ну, хорош.
Я припарковался. Тут ты пятерку забрал?
Еще лежат пятерки.
Не, мне не нужны.
Почему тебе не нужны пятерки?
Не,
Тачка.
ну,
2. Мимо нас. Или к нам, к нам. Вот с чего стреляет? Один у меня в упоре. Ваня, один у меня в упоре.
я знаю. Ему больно?
Я не знаю.
Где он-то?
Я подумал. Я так. Зашибись, бля.
Где он?
Прям подо мной. Ты их слышишь? А он в фомос.
Hurensohn, Alter.
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Его убили
в
вроде.
России, детка.
Батя ему ебало дал.
Ukraine, fucking noob.
Yes, yes.
Дед.
Я кое-что все слышу.
Не юмпа, аккуратно.
Сюда встал. За дом. Да, за дом. Здесь сейчас выйдет.
Нету его инсайд.
М?
Нету его.
Да там он за домом, слышишь.
Внутри?
Нет, нет, я дверь разбил, чтобы видеть. Брат не вернулся. А, он перебежал к тебе уже туда. Не успел.
Он сейчас обратно побежит. Да, я поставил.
Нет. В смысле? Я ж крепость.
Что это, блядь? А?
Я не знаю.
Нахуй ты вышел вообще на него? Ты просто бы стоял, он бы там открылся.
Давай, выделывайся.
А?
Вызывай, говорю, не выделывайся. А, подожди. В смысле, вас убили?
Нет, блядь.
Я думал, ты его перестрелял. Я поэтому спокойно. Ты ж тишину сказал.
Он меня
У
убил
него.
до.
Так.
internationally, except for video sport, obviously.
Yeah.
So going into like
This?
No people?
No.
Давай.
А,
Никого нет, говорю.
я сказал no.
А, я не услышал. Сорян. Ты что такой недовольный?
Почему?
Не знаю, тебя хочу узнать.
Ну, нормально все.
Все?
Все, заебись.
Смотри. Тройка. Нужна тройка.
Четверка есть.
Хорошо. Как нужно? Как нужно?
Не, М24 и этот. Берил играю. Четверка нужна?
No.
Сюда падал. Все, надо его убить. ходить.
Я слышал только что стрелок. Может, через лев? Вот через этот кем там тачка надо стоит.
Да, вон тачка, там он стоит. Сюда вроде падал, нет? Или он дальше за гору падал?
Ну, я не знаю, я курил, не видел.
Заебал ты куришь до хуя, блин.
Нет. Я не вижу типа. Где-то есть. Вот он.
Далеко?
Да. Третий дом посередине. Вот тут вот где-то.
Ну, похуй. Я лутаюсь, мне некогда.
Или здесь. Пешник валяется. Да, где-то здесь. Или вот здесь. Вот он.
Прям-
Прям решку туда.
Еще один есть. Ну, блядь! Добьет нахуй. Конечно, двое, блядь.
Ну я ж не знал. Иду, где он?
Какие хаешки? Да, наверху поднимай. Ну, блядь. Нахуй эти
Может, что ты
хаешки?
пушишь?
Да, конечно, пушу. Убей он, бот там, на. Ебать,
Я думал, он слева.
наебали.
Вот. С вами летишь вперед паровозов все.
Если бы ты со мной...
Нет информации, блядь. Тебе говорю, хаешку, говорю, ты залетел. Стец, блядь.
Куда ты, хаешка? У тебя хаешка даже не залетела.
Да потому что я увидел, что ты зашел, и я поэтому вправо ее кинул. Кого пушить? Че пушить? Нет информации, блядь.
Ты тут? Ю. 5 курит, блядь. Сука, нахуй, чтобы у тебя, блядь, через очко покапало, нахуй. Просто реально, блядь, чтобы покапало, нахуй. Либо, блядь, с дрына, нахуй, либо с жопы, блядь. Так я говорю, у тебя покапает, нахуй, скоро все, блядь. Со всех щелей, блядь. Никотин,
Колбаски достал.
никотин через очко покапает. Да. Через писюн, блядь.
Сигареты не курю.
Ну, какая хуй разница в этом вейпе, блядь, больше заразы, чем в сигарете. Двое справа, двое слева. Слышишь? Все, информация есть, слева дохуя не двое. Наебал. Я эти душки забираю. Со мной. Да? Минус одни. Аккуратно, этот есть еще. А и в спине еще есть. У меня башки нету.
У меня тоже нет ни хера ничего.
Слева уходят, крутят.
Слева? Да блять, это право.
На хп.
Это не лево, это право.
А, ну да. Все, выруби. Нихуя нету, короче.
Когда ты лево-право выучишь?
Я все выучил, бля, я знаю все.
Они говорят, лево крутят, смотрю справа.
Ну, бля, ошибся я, бля.
Ты всегда так делаешь, говоришь.
Не ври, это ты так говоришь.
Это ты всегда так делаешь и говоришь, где Челси?
Где я далеко? Я далеко.
Ну ты где ты? Твоя помощь нужна, блядь.
Да я иду я.
Да, ты идешь.
Там пушатся. В смысле,
Пусть.
куда ты не видишь, где я? Вообще без головы играю. Все, там один остался.
Он поднимает его.
Где он?
Второй этаж. Да, на комнату.
Нокнул.
ВДХ может быть.
Не-не-не, он внутри. Ну нахуя?
А что делать? Смотреть не нужно, что ли?
Всему учить надо, блядь. МКшка надо.
Какой скин?
Где?
Руби.
Внутри? СЛР-ку скину.
Я на пятерках.
Башки нету, нахуй. А была голова у кого-то?
Нет.
В трупаках не было башки?
Ну, и у меня первое, я ничего не смотрел из такого.
Аук, будет, дай знать. Здесь, да, наверное.
Ближе.
Приятного аппетита.
Спасибо.
А, да, вот,
Да,
да.
вот здесь.
На метке за стеном нокнул. Ивонный нокает кого-то.
Что, доели твой?
Да, Ивонный же и доел.
Серьезно?
Да. Он с ДБС-ка, если что. А, нет, там двое. За этим домом. За стеном.
Окей.
Можешь там пострелять в них? Видишь их?
Они вот тут в ангаре.
А, да?
Чего, блядь?
Знают?
Ну, вот тут уж. конечно.
Нокнул одного. Он без головы.
Ну где?
Там за инсайд. Я на аптеке.
Там, где там, блядь?
Блядь, ну метка же стоит, ёпты.
Ну где метка твоя стоит?
Иди пизду. Он там, на моей метке. За. Он жесткий, аккуратно. Уйди оттуда.
Сейчас.
Ян, внутри?
Угу. Он с ДБС. Выше. Ну, пойдем. Перезаряжается в ДБС. Все, перезарядил.
Блядь, на ДБС-ку в упор идешь.
Ну а чё мне с ним еще делать? Ой.
Ты бухнул, что ли? Ты где? Это и ты был? А, ты дальше. Ты тут? Егорыч. Егорыч, Магорыч. Егор,
Ну,
11 секунд.
что это 6?
Я когда потом. Ламберг будешь падать?
Наверное. Вариант как бы немного.
Да. Тачка справа едет. Остановилась. Так я к тебе подъеду.
Два. Тут тачек до хера какая слышишь.
Много, да?
Тут вставили.
Китайцы. Аккуратно.
Подо мной старый.
Ебать там китаёзы ебаный. Хорош. Сейчас я на крышу лезу против. АВД?
ВДХ у кого-то.
Где они? Добивай сразу. Угу. Китайцы.
Yes, you know what you're doing! It's fucking dirty and you stay in the fucking out of the zone! Fucking loser!
Орёт, блядь. Слышал, да?
Да, читаю. Тебе ютубер.
Шапку поменяй.
Да нет шапки.
У них есть вторая, нет? Какого-то, блин.
Я не видел. 7%.
Чё, не залутался? Пошли давай пешком. Убивать надо.
Ну-ка в зоне. Не
Справа,
торопись.
слева есть. Я хочу мясо. У меня 6 кило, много кило. Есть люди. Их не могу видеть. Две головы дал, нахуй, две!
Только шею попал.
Нет, у него чуть даже шея не торчала.
Лишь как в шее.
Его убили.
Вот это.
А там бардак вроде, да, бардак. Пошли обратно.
Перкнул.
Я тоже. Может, вышку выбьем? Вижу людей. Меня вроде не... Он идет на нашу сторону.
Выстрел слышал, бежит.
Видишь кого?
Вот как раз метки чуть правее. Передаешь камень.
Камень? Где он? А, вижу. Перед нами. Я флешки закидываю.
Вот здесь справа слышу. Где?
Да перед тобой, убивай. Смог надо. Сразу. Перед тобой лежит, блядь.
Да я не вижу его. Блин, Вань, ну ты что думаешь, я просто так спрашиваю?
Ага. Ну я же флешки кидаю, ну иди ты смело, бля, просто, бля, может даже сковородкой его ёбнуть. Хаешки их не надо. Хуя он крутнул, да, один?
По одному только видно.
Хаешки есть?
Конечно, тебе надо.
Да.
Да, скинул вещи.
Вот.
Ну как мне так?
У меня 2. Че, пешком идем или машину берем?
Пешком.
Окей. Четыре хаешки теперь. Блять, я сюда, пошли сюда. Они тут рядом. Да, стоит в опене. Доел одного. Ухожу, Егор, смотри. Смотри в мою сторону. Там он этот. Пол-Т3 был. Пошли, пошли лево потом. А может в яме он где-то или в хуйне. Видишь? Его видел?
Нет, я как с ребенком тачки.
Вот. Бать тут открыто все нахуй.
Лучше он сидел.
Сидел? Ты видел его? Сейчас видел?
Львов здесь.
Он у тебя-
О, маки подлетели. Да, вот. Чего?
Меня справа.
Э,
Ты в зоне?
Да.
Я не вижу его нахуй. Пизданый.
Желтая метка мой. Мамеш переезд. Ну, что идешь?
Все, ГГ.
Как тебя никто не видит, я в сейве здесь.
Это стреляет, блядь, ваш.
О, с желтой метки я в сейве.
Не, дальше ты с ЛРК был. У меня ничего нету нахуй. Дай мне шлем и броню хотя бы 80%.
Мне в свободе ничего нет.
Надо идти право, наверное, да? Где этот хуй? Вон там
нет.
еще. А вон там еще. Нокнул его.
Ну, он не один, там двое. У меня накол такой. 5 секунд есть.
Я ему в голову прописал.
Вот так. Вот так не поехал.
Да? Ну я там ног дал он. Там наверху тоже есть люди. Нам надо вот сюда, Егор. Где я убивал. Там фул Т3 был чел.
Это же как нам туда пройти?
Я не знаю, вдоль деревьев, нахуй.
Нет, 3 смока есть.
Тут никого вроде бы нет.
Мадак едет из задора.
У меня зазонка есть, если я не ошибаюсь. Все, иди. Не останавливай. Тихо. Наверху как будто кого-то слышал. Я траву чекну. У них по-любому теплаки нахуй. Бэс, где народ?
Как надеюсь,
Я говорил, вот этот хуй какой-то. Я не вижу. Видишь? А где этот хуй с СЛР-кой?
А вот он тут лежит.
Убил его. Теплак взял.
Блять, правее лежит. Правее лежит, Вань.
Все, один остался.
Да, Бэс,
У меня этот есть. Теплак. Вижу его. Он бежит. Нет. Что, блядь? Все.
Ты чё, мусор занес?
Один из киллов ёбнул.
Ну вот это европейское полежать в кустах, слышишь, это вообще трэш какой-то. Я не могу привыкнуть. Они просто лежат в кустах. Ты видел тот с СЛР ФУТ-3? Он лежал в кустах, и этот лежал в кустах. Вот что, блядь.
Как еще таким ботикам дают лутать в дропы, блядь.
Какой-то пиздец. Перекур.
Подожди, Егор, я все, наверное. Одну последнюю сыграю. Да я турик пойду смотреть.
Кого?
Турик.
Какой турик?
Ну, турнир ЕВЦ.
Перехилил?
А чё, нельзя?
Нет. Потом посмотришь повторе.
Хорошо. Ну нет. какого дьявола? Егор, проснись, с нами много. Пижи. Пижи, Луста. Бля, придется поднимать, наверное. Егор, у нас есть много. У тебя в доме есть.
Я в доме, Ваня.
Да я же сказал.
У тебя, говорит, в доме. Я у тебя в доме бегаю спокойно. Блин.
Курить там тоже. Что, блядь? Я ж его не вижу, нахуй! Играй в это, блядь. Почему он мою голову видит, если мне его не видно до этого ближнего? Я все, короче.
Sonic's Red home practice. It's their fault they're even more comfortable.
One thing that's interesting here about this adventure is that we were hearing the deal, aka the Bafang hit, of course. Saw them be a bit more stubborn, sit around there, do the odd drops. You can play out.
Group stage is a bit of finals. You cannot lose any game. You need to maximize points in every single game.
Yeah, definitely. So, meanwhile, of course, Tiambo going South George, I'm pretty confident about that. Technically, they sometimes do go Millie, not going to be the case here. But it's going to set the precedent for the day here, Cameron. Who are you looking at as your favourites for today?
I'm gonna pull the camera back onto TSM again for the camps, especially now that we're in Georgia Bowl with Tiamba right in South Georgia Bowl. They didn't do it yesterday. They said they were planning on it, depending on the circles and the planes. But I want to see if they do it here today.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to get to it. It's the final day of the groups. Let's have it all go down right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from Boulevard City in the heart of Riyadh. It's the day, it's the final day of the group stage. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the sensational Sandstorm.
6 maps for a chance at the finals. 6 maps to compete for the $2 million prize pool and 6 maps for the opportunity to fight for the Esports World Cup trophy.
Oh, I like that. Now, the bar has been set by Group B, so our teams know what needs to be done today. But the real question remains, do they have the composure, the experience, and of course, the courage to do so?
We can't stress this enough. We've seen what one strong victory can do for a team. So don't lose hope, because your journey can change in an instant. With that being said, it is time to introduce our competitors and our teams from Groups A and C, starting with Sonics. Tianba. Gaming Gladiators. Twisted Minds. NH Esports. Day Trade Gaming. Danawa Esports. And finally, from Group A, the Expendables.
Now moving over to Group C, TSM. T1. Petrichor Road. BBT. E Arena. Virtus Pro. AG Global. And finally, Luna Galaxy. "16 teams will advance to the finals, and then 8 will be sent packing along with their hopes, their dreams, and of course, their keys will be crushed.
And then their keys will either join the graveyard at the base of the totem, or they will be placed in the winner's trophy. It is time for the final day of the group stage. It is time to find our finalists. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. Thank you so much, Banks. Shivers, goosebumps as we're getting ready for this show. I always prepare like a 6-game slip to go, but here I don't have to do it. The guys on the stage did a phenomenal job of introing not only all the teams here, Godspeed, but what there is at stake.
The stage and the desk have very clearly given us the implications of what it means to be able to qualify for the grand finals, the prize pool, the prestige, just everything that is culminated towards the end of this event, and the pressure that these teams have to be feeling is immense.
And for some of the teams playing here today, it should, I'm not going to say will, because I don't want to be the guy cursing teams, it should be a breeze. Stroll on through, get yourself a few points, and you'll be fine. But for the vast majority, it is going to be a battle all the way from start to finish. As you can see here, we are going to start things over on Erangel. It's going to be 2 sets of those, and then we head over to Rondo before we continue the journey as the day goes on. But looking down the bottom of the leaderboard here, E Arena, Gaming Gladiators, Luna Galaxy, all sat below 16 points. They need not just good days, but phenomenal days in order to be able to climb back into this.
Yeah, and if you're a team like Virtus Pro, you may have had a poor day, but still at 24 points, there is room for work to be done there. If you're E Arena, if you're Luna Galaxy, you have to have a monumental performance just to be able to cut into that cut line, which we've talked about could be anywhere between 50, 55 55 up to 65 points. And so they have to have a huge day.
When we have seen it before, but I feel like more often than not, you see big performances on the first days, because today it's going to be a combination of teams that are already in, that are going to be doing everything they can to potentially mess with your plans. It's not like on day one where everyone kind of has the same goal in mind. Get as many points as you can coming into the second day. Today, there are a lot more caveats, a lot more variables, and honestly, if we also look back to the first games of yesterday, one thing is what the teams decide to do, another thing is what the circles decide to do, because we always talk about later down the line how we get hard shifts all over the place, but in the matches yesterday, off of the plane path, these first circles were as tough as can be.
Yeah, and they were all on the far east side of the map, and so it caused a lot of different issues. But with that being said, Toby, I believe it's time to finally start the last day of group stages here at Esports World Cup, and we are once again starting on the classic of Erangel.
Back to Erangel we go, straightforward plane path with that, but again, just to reiterate, if plane paths are nice, usually the circles to follow will be just that much more brutal. It is Western skewed, so for the teams that like to go Lipovka, like to go Yasnaya, it's going to be a bit of a stretch as we see all 64 players here on our screens. 3 teams out early on, make that 4 as VP, BP team, E Arena and T1 will jump out over Sosnovka, but as you can see, of course, as well, VP will stretch up towards Mills of Power and should be there with no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, and one of the things to talk about with one of those teams that dropped out early on the plane is T1. So I had a chance to kind of catch up with them before the games today, and I asked them a question. You know, first of all, yesterday start, the first couple games was just not good. It was not good for T1, but they were able to adapt and adjust, and in the final 3 games, getting themselves at least 30 points. Yeah. They were able to kind of put themselves in contention to not have to make that crazy jump into, you know, the low 60s. And so I asked them, you know, what was the adjustment made? And initially they said they were playing a little too fast, a little too loose, and that caused them issues. We saw them die in rotations, but they were able to kind of slow things down and start to play their game after they figured out the lobby. And so going into today, really their game plan is just to focus on what they're doing. And fortunately, the circle is going to give them just that opportunity. And for a team like Sonics, on the other hand, they can now, as the desk was saying, drop in Pachinki, right? They don't have to contest with 17, so now this could also help them feel more comfortable.
They get the drop spots they want, no doubt. And I mean, as you're saying, if there's a sprinkle of luck to be thrown in, just have Godspeed talk about your team and you get circles. I mean, that's phenomenal. Who are you going to go to next? Maybe we'll get some bribes after this one is over, as we might just end up seeing our first milli game here of Esports World Cup. Down to the south it goes. Initially, there is still a bit of space up towards the north, as we see Alo here running around, mortar in hand, of course, want to pack that up, get ready to rotate. And you know what? I know that you, of course, being an NA boy, you like those TSM boys. Could you maybe, for the sake of me, for the sake of all the viewers out there, take a minute or two, as long as, of course, no chaos ensues, and maybe talk a bit to me about TSM?
Where to start? So first of all, as we said, the core of this team has always been Purdy, Alo, and up, and never mind. Okay, there's a little short fight.
Longsker died, he was alone.
Fortunately for Longsker, and that's a big kill to pick up. Longsker has been quite incredible for New Happy as of late, and just historically such a mechanically good player, but a very big pickup and a big loss for New Happy. But back to TSM, you know, that core has always been so solid. With Luke 12, you have Alo, and then Purdy. Purdy himself has gone through so many adaptations, and most importantly, he's evolved so much as a player, because he used to be a player that was much more, you know, of the mind. Mechanically, he wasn't necessarily the strongest player, but then in 2020, 2021, we really started to see him kind of step up as not only just an IGL, but also as a player starting to rack up a lot of good numbers, whether it was damage, whether it was kills. But then again, the addition of sparking is what I think is so great for this team. That injection of new blood and the fact that he is a mechanical genius has really propelled TSM. Yes, they didn't necessarily have a great performance at PGS3, but they immediately fixed that in PGS4. And what a day they had in the group stages here yesterday.
Exactly, 56 points. You see them on the top of this group's leaderboard. Currently set 8th overall. Of course, they still have 6 more games left to play. So I would be surprised if that 8th place doesn't become a number a little bit lower than that. Thank you so much for the breakdown, Godspeed. That was always nice to get some insights as we see BP team on their first rotation of the day. Of course, already down on Millie Island. Don't have too far to go. But as you mentioned yesterday as well, yes, you get the circle center. Yes, the buffet is like up for grabs, but what do you commit to? You know you can't take everything. Like, what do you do with it? Where do you go? How do you opt to set up your split? For BP team, it seems like they have opted to go on the western side of the island. Makes sense based on where the first circle has sent us, but they have E-Arena coming in close and Expendables. I mean, really everyone starting to make their way across here.
Yeah, and for those teams that are rotating here to the island early, that is going to give them quite the nice boon to be able to set up, as you said. But, I mean, we have to mention it. Although it's not a very large chance at all, this always could pull north, which can and will cause chaos. But for the team set up like New Happy, like the Expendables, obviously Luna on the east side actually has a very good foothold in the circle to be able to take control, not necessarily of the bridge, but of the ridges around that main road that leads towards the West Coast Bridge. And so they're going to have a nice time as far as being able to conduct themselves how they want in this game. But for the teams that are coming in late, I mean, the bridge already, as you can see, Toby, is very stacked with teams. Sonic's Twisted and Gaming Gladiators.
I was just going to say, Sonic stopped down towards what we like to call Glass House on the western side of the road leading from the bridge. You can see this is where Shrimpsy is currently positioned. They stopped to scout forward. Little do they know that there's actually space to maneuver over on the other side. But because they stopped, because they have their cars parked outside, that means the Twisted Minds are forced to stop in the exact same way. Gaming Gladiators now as well, so a bit of a traffic jam up on the way, or over on the western side of this island. You can see it here on your screen as well as Petrichor Road says, oh, traffic jams. Nah, we're carpooling. We'll just send it full speed through.
Leave it to us, the Americans, to cause the traffic jams.
Just add one more lane, guys. It solves everything.
But yes, the Sonics now with a very interesting setup, as you said, because it's causing so many teams behind them to get jammed up that is going to cause different rotational issues when the circle does eventually shift. And we actually see TSM and Tiamba fighting still at South George near Hospital.
But while this is going on, Luna Galaxy doing something very interesting right now. They realize that Expendables, or at least a team, is coming in nearby. You saw Haven up on the roof, take shots just out of midair. He's doing effectively puffer fishing, trying to look a lot bigger, a lot more scary than he maybe is as a solo player. But I think they call the bluff here. Expendables coming in with a kill already. They are not looking to shy away from a fight. And Luna Galaxy, honestly, in this situation and seeing as to how Kraken, I believe it was, rotated out of that position, the fact that they keep all four alive for what could have been a pretty good ambush by Expendables, I think they got to count that as a win.
Yeah, and for Luna Galaxy as well, they have a large mountain to climb as far as points go. So this was definitely the smart decision for them to pull off. But also, the Expendables, I really have been enjoying watching this team over the course of the year, and they have been so fun, especially in team fights. They're very well coordinated. Sometimes the rotations get them in trouble, but when it comes down to brass tacks and they're in a fight, they are absolutely lethal. And so they also have been playing with such confidence, even just to come in that position and start to push them away, as we now see Bestalock from BB. Quite the entanglement here with Petrichor.
Yep, Chewy still on the offside angle outside the building. Ixlif will be the first to fall, and that's a tough loss. As we know him, one of the best mechanical players in the game, not what you want to have fallen down early on. In the meantime, BP runs into Luna. That's elsewhere on the map, but let's stay with this one for a while. BB team trying to regroup, but look at your mini-map on the bottom right side. E-Arena is starting to look in this direction too.
Yeah, and Petrichor in a lot of trouble now as Ixlif has been flushed out. Meanwhile, the onslaught of utility here still will continue. And Phil first will find a grenade onto Summer. Now Petrichor down to just 2.
Solid shots coming through. As you said, Petrichor, just a duo left alive. Ming, Chewy, they might not be Ixlif, but believe me, they pack a lot of punch. Still, punch. With a shotgun in hand, well, one tap and you're done for. This can easily turn the tide of this fight. I do see Spiro trying to get back towards their teammates, but they too have to get through. What is this little kind of split of E-Arena players in between them?
And Tigger trying to bounce onto this opportunity to get some kills, but BB is leaving no prisoners. They have knocked multiple members of Petrichor. They took a sights onto Tigger, got him down. That's another point. So a great start here for BB team as they're taking control of this very, very important compound.
Yep, and with Tigger down, that means the side angles are going to be open as well. Now they're going to push forward. Now there's space for the cavalry to arrive, and they will push Ming 4v1. My friend, shotgun in hand, what can you do?
I believe, Toby. A shotgun, especially at that range, even a pump, very quickly could deplete the numbers of any team, but BB team so far has been playing this quite calculated, and I
Oh, the molly.
Yeah, he's already burning Ming in so much trouble. He will be able to recover. No, not even.
Solid.
The molly will take care of him. BB team with 5 very quick kills.
It's the smallest things, but they send Besto in on one side, they send a Doozy out on the other, lob a molly in for both sides. Believe me, these guys knows exactly how mollies spread inside buildings. They go, if I throw one there, you throw one here, we're gonna effectively light the entire floor on fire. There you go, easy point. No reason to run into a shotgun, risk losing a player because of it. Very nice utility usage. 2 mollies for a kill. They'll take that any day of the week.
And the confidence they just built by getting rid of those 2 teams. Well, not necessarily E-Arena, but picking off a member of E-Arena who was trying to third party and then just taking control of that compound. That is going to be very dangerous. Because BB team, if you are on this field, is the last team you want to have confidence.
And I was a little worried initially actually seeing BB team up to go for that compound. Of course, they did have a split with players down in the crossroads towards the north. But it usually is that compound because it's not a top prio position on the western side of Millie. It's usually where teams coming in like the 2nd or 3rd wave up to try and go scout see if it's available. So for the teams that pick it first, like as their main pick off of having spawned or started, I should say, on Millie Island, I feel like BB team kind of asked to be pushed. Do you know what I mean? Like they wanted to fight in the early game off of taking this position. But of course, I mean, fighting on their terms, fighting with a better starting position, because you would have to assume, taking that spot early on, that teams are going to come to you.
Sure, and the advantage of that compound early is giving yourself a foothold to at least rotate either west or east, right? Because it's so far south, it gives you a little bit of room, a little bit of space to move without necessarily running into another team so fast. But with that shift, we do still have a little bit of that northern side in at the west bridge. We see Gaming Gladiators still holding that as VP now trying to make a mad dash, but they're going to be right above T1 at new compound.
We saw before as the Lunar Galaxy took out 2 of the Virtus Pro players. So EB and Lucarooks left alive to try and see what they can salvage off of this first game of the day.
VP, unfortunately, has just been running into so many issues, mainly just losing members early, Toby, and that's for a team that has so much potential. I mean, we saw in PGS3 that insane 19-kill game to almost qualify for the finals. If they just have at least 3 or 4 members up, they can basically perform miracles, but
if they get a 29-point game today, they might just be qualified, you know? That's what they're waiting for. They're saying, nah, guys, we'll come back in game 6. Don't worry.
Just want to make it exciting.
Don't worry. Just want to make it exciting for you. I hope that's not the case, because that's not the way you want to be playing.
I always root for EB, no matter what.
Yeah, he is a nice guy.
No matter what team he's on, and the other boys on that team are also really nice, but Danoa Esports at Nonix now, the IGL superstar really for this team, just casually floating in right in between Tiamba and Expendables.
And you know what? I kind of like it. He goes to the one spot that no one can see him from. He's below the tree cover from the compound to the south, and he's above the tree cover from the compound to the north. So in an isolated position, he can scout on forward, and little does the rest of the people here know. They might have seen one parachute, but there's an entire Korean cavalry team coming in off the shore in just a moment. The rest of Danoa is coming in behind him, and it goes kind of back to what the desk was talking about too, of how Anonix, having been in the IGL role, they're starting to flex out the kind of the roles, maybe play a little more without anyone being like the full on IGL of the team. So it makes perfect sense to send a guy like Anonix up ahead, because he is arguably the best fragger on that team. So in case he has to take a fight, he's also the one most likely to stay alive.
And to bounce off of Martin's point as well, which I 100% agree with, yes, you should have one dedicated IGL. Oh, my, wait a second.
Whoa, turn around.
Deal now. Dangerously close here to Tiamba, and they're just actually going to take this fight.
Haven is coming in to say hello as well, hearing the shots here from a distance. Of course, Lunar Galaxy were here before, so they're well aware that Tiamba has pulled up, but now also aware, I should say, that Danoa has joined the party. I think for Danoa, I like the idea of what they did here. Leave Inonix, because he hadn't seen them move yet. Leave Inonix with an eye on the door, have Deal drive up close, see if there's any reaction. If no one opens that door, either there's a solo hiding with a shotgun or there's no one in there. They go up, they peek forward, they see movement, they assess very quickly, can we take a fight here or not? They realize it's a bad idea. Now they back off. Now they take maybe not the favorite position, but at least they have somewhere to call home.
Yeah, very wise decision. And as you said, maybe not the best position, but it's much better than being in a fight where you're getting third party as well, because Luna was just on the other side of that one as we now move to TSM here, who is in a very comfortable position for now, but this is very open, as you can see. And so once this starts to collapse, once all the other teams are maybe funneled into this area, TSM is going to be in quite a bit of trouble, actually.
I was going to say 3 guys behind deployable shields. If that's a comfortable position, then I don't want to know what an uncomfortable position is.
For now, now.
For now. I mean, they're in the center of the circle. We'll give them that. And as you're saying, for now, they're not being shot at. So I guess in terms of comfortability in a competitive
But you're right,
game
the
of PUBG,
collapse
they
will
are
cause
looking pretty
many,
good.
many issues for them if they're still sat in that position. And I don't really know if they're really going to go anywhere because of the fact that the circle has posted the way it is. But now that we see everyone, Twisted Minds as well, are somewhat comfortable.
I mean, Lou clearly
outside
not really,
the circle.
Lou not busy looking at the monitor. As you can see, he was stood very still, but talking to his teammates, trying to figure out where they want to go. And speaking of where they want to go, Dano are still on the rotate. They didn't like the house that was available to them, which makes sense. It's now outside the circle. So where is our Korean current world champion team going to go? Maybe straight up towards the arena.
Well, the problem is they haven't been shot at, right? So they may be thinking, hey, this could be clean, this dip could be clear. Yeah. Maybe we can play on this hill. The problem is on both sides of the hill, both the Expendables and now E-Arena are actually setting up, and they've definitely, Zizzy has heard that vehicle, so they might set up to pour over and take some shots here. Fortunately, though, for Danawa, there's only one member up there.
And I love the camera POV that we saw
and
right
he's gonna
there.
pull off.
It is a 2-1 split. Of course, they lost Taker very early in the game, and Stacey takes the time, or realizes that the smarter play to make here is to just dip and get the hell out of there, and it makes perfect sense to me.
And speaking of the smart play, yeah, Twisted has realized that Gladiators are not going anywhere, and so they're actually going to opt to just take the ferry, which they should, because at this point, yes, they'll take a little bit of blue damage.
No, they had a boat. They had a spawn.
Oh, did they have a okay. I wasn't sure if that boat was taken, so never mind. They'll just take the boat, which, again, is a very wise decision. And this is the problem, though, for TSM that we were talking about earlier. Sonic's now starting to engage.
Yep, from comfortable position to not very comfortable anymore. Deployable shields being taken down by the second as Sonics are starting to wrap up over the hilltop. They've been scouting the north, the shorelines for a long time, so they know that right off the bat, if they take this fight fast enough, no one's going to be able to come in third party. Issue is they did like what they saw over the hilltop. As soon as they crest towards that southern side, all of a sudden Day Trade, all of a sudden New Happy starts getting angles on them. And I mean, they're inside the circle technically still. They could swing to them. No reason to over-aggress and risk a game if you fight for a spot that by the next circle is going to be out.
But the most important thing you said was fast enough, right? Because knowing that entire north side is going to be open, Sonics, if they did continue to engage, they needed to get rid of TSM as quickly as possible because of this. The teams that are going to be coming on the coast from the north side, like Twisted Minds or even Gaming Gladiators, knew Happy could make that rotation as well, and so they needed to get rid of them. They saw it wasn't going to happen. Plus, Day Trade was taking shots, so they smartly backed off.
In all fairness, this might be perfectly timed for Twisted Minds. The fact that they heard the shots up on the hillside, maybe saw the smokes bloom in the distance as well as they were sailing across from Ferry Pier. They are aware that there's a team up there and might actually even have seen them come back down the hillside on their approach. So from what could have been a situation where they have no chance of scouting anything, now they get over there and oh my lord, Twisted Minds. If you get that compound too,
they are.
That is, I mean,
for free.
If they opt to just YOLO up towards it, I suppose. We'll see if anyone else opts to contest them for it. If not, then that is a good rotation for a well-timed, good circle for a well-timed rotation.
And I like this split currently from Day Trade, but they are going to have to figure out if they want to consolidate fast because that is the only lower compound that's in, and with only one member there, there is the danger for him to get picked off. And TSM, it looks like they're in a great position now, but realistically, they are still very much in the open, and so that's going to cause them even more issues. As I said, more teams coming in. Meanwhile, Tiamba now starting to engage here with Luna Galaxy. Pow Pow will find an easy knock on Vinny.
No way he gets out of there alive. I like that he tried to isolate. You can see the smokes there, try to grant himself a bit more cover for the rotation, but he simply was not timing that one right. In the meantime, NH Esports trying to make their rotation too, and not timing it right either. Going straight through the barrier, really, of TSM and losing one because of it.
So now New Happy is also started to make their rotation in, but Day Trade very keen on that, and Belmoff is going to get a nice knock there onto Non, and that should be a finish, as this position is just heavenly for Day Trade. I mean, this is arguably the best position in this current circle. Luna now trying to also drive a member. Kraken just trying to drive in between. It catches Belmont's attention, so Non, like I said, will go down, but Kraken, where are you going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say he's not long for this world. I think that car won't grant him the cover that he's going to need with all the off angles that these players have. Day Trade on one side. Yeah, I was going to say New Happy on the other, but it's not going to matter. Flash finds him as we keep our eyes here on Belmont for a second. Day Trader team, really the first team out of Thailand to make a name of Thailand.
Sure.
In this competitive scene, we'll break them down a bit more as the day goes on. Now we hop over to Sonics and Gaming Gladiator. Gaming Gladiator obviously sat on this side of the water with Sonics earlier, and now, having seen them push up on this compound and gotten a knock, they want to make a play.
With all 4 up still, that could be a very big fight deal, though. Oh my goodness, what a spray from Purdy and Alo.
Oh,
no!
Hikauri with the double run over. That deployable shield will block bullets, but not a full speed Dasha.
Wow, just like that, both teams absolutely in shambles. Also, Tiamba has fallen. Someone in the distance to All Gamers Global. What is happening, Toby?
Complete and utter chaos ensues as 13 players are eliminated in the span of 5 seconds.
We blinked, and we lost so many teams. Sparking even still alive, the last one left, and Ming also even fell. Ming also fell in this shack, so Sparking will be lucky, I guess, to take that for now.
Somebody pressed the purge button and a fourth of the people on the server just flat out died. In the meantime now, why stop fighting when we can continue? Up on the rooftop, we have one guy that's going to be Alpha Cat trying to hold off. He's going to get the help of Ian to try and stay put through this one. Tanvu will go down to the nade glories, trying to fend off as solo play. Lift the life for Expendables, finds the first one, but it's going to be E-Arena from a distance to join in. Everyone fighting one another right now.
This might have been one of the most chaotic shifts because I don't think I've ever seen that many teams fall in that short of a time in comp. Like, yes, we see it in some rough circles, but I mean, that was absurd.
We were setting up for a nice fight with Gaming Gladiator and Sonics, and just like that, the only teams on the server not to fight were Gaming Gladiator and Sonics.
I mean, it looked like even Gaming Gladiators was going to engage on Twisted. So what happened? 3 of the members actually coasted off to the east there.
Now we continue the battle as E-Arena pulls up on Virtus Pro. I think they're aware of not only that Virtus Pro is here, but also that they're down to just 2 players alive. They haven't made their way on in, but now as I say that, Sissy vaults on forward, but it's down to very low HP off that nade.
Oh, it'd be in a lot of trouble now. Has to close that door. Nobody's home, and Jacob will find that. So just 1 member left of Virtus Pro. It's going to be Lucarux, and he's out. That is it, just like that. Zizzy might be able to recover. He should be able to recover both those members there. Sonics now being bombarded by utility.
BP team is pulling up on this, though. They saw the battle from a distance. They saw the double knock coming through. Zizzy is on his own. He has not had time to get any of the reses up, and BP team will say thank you for the opportunity to come and fight a very, very wounded team.
And already 6 kills as they're starting to breach this building. Zizzy with a quick knock. Really no time to recover his team whatsoever. He's going to try to make it out of here. Toby, he just needs to get maybe 1 more knock. He's going to find it. That's a start.
Goes for the flush. Just try to see if he can get him down in time. Not going to find it, I think. Does best to lock it up? No, not going to happen. So 1 point awarded to Zizzy. Valiant effort in trying to stay alive through it. Found 2 knocks, and maybe there's a pull-up to be had here. I just don't think anyone has it in them to try and pull up on a compound on the eastern side of the circle. We have cleared the entire east.
Yeah, the only team realistically would be AGG, and they're currently sat just underneath day trade, so I doubt they're going to make that happen. Meanwhile, you did see their Twisted Minds starting to pick apart or try to get a few knocks going for themselves against the Sonics, as the Gladiators now trying to find a foothold into the circle, and they could play this dip for now, but it's still very dangerous. They're just going to coast right through.
You might just want to stop right here. I was just going to say, I mean, they know for a fact, like the rest of us, that the East just lit on fire. And
what
there's
East?
Definitely, I mean, this is insane. Phase 5, 23 alive. It was looking to be a pretty calculable game of like military island PUBG, but very quickly spun on a dime and went full chaos mode. And now Sonics, I mean, 1 kill. Honestly, I don't think they minded. They know for a fact they're going to be coming into these fights against a set of teams who, like, for the majority, are extremely wounded. So we'll see. See how this one is going to pan on out as now. Twisted Minds as well. We took it angles over towards day trade.
23 alive going into phase 6 seems so low, right? I mean, again, the chaos that has happened on this melee circle. This might be one of the fastest melee circles we've ever seen. Now GG sat dead center of this circle, which you would think is great, but again, there's someone in a bowl sitting on a shelf that everyone else will be able to see is Perfectix now. For some damage here onto Kickstart, trying to hold his own and make sure that Twisted can't necessarily make this push.
I love this smoke. It's just 1 smoke, but it separates the remaining 3 players. So now they can take a 2v1 fight against Kickstart. He's isolated to play behind the vehicle. Very smart utility users. Use 1 smoke, block off the majority of a team, take a fight in your favor. Had they done it without, it would have been a 1v3 peak that he could not necessarily have come out on top of. So very smart playing as Kickstart hears the tires of his vehicle blow out. He needs his teammates to help him out.
And the one caveat here is that Sonics don't have to contend with any other team, so they can shift entirely their focus to Twisted. Yes, you have Sparking in that shack, but he's not going to necessarily come out until he sees some knocks being traded out. Perfectix just desperately trying to get rid of Kickstart, but he's doing a good job of evading any damage. That car, though, not so much, as Batulin will finally find the nade on the kick.
Not so much you can do about that one in time. He would fall. It's going to be seen in the open, going to get flushed out by Batulins as well, as Sonics go down to 3 left alive. They're all still outside the circle here, so it makes sense that they're setting up this fight. But again, I mean, it's so limited what you can really do with this ridge line. Neither of the teams wanting to fully commit, because they know if the other team gets to just sit back and wait this one out, we are going to be at a disadvantage. You don't want to be the aggressor here. You want to be the ones just sitting back, waiting for the opponents to come to you.
And you can see that Day Trade is just licking their lips, waiting for one of these knocks to come through so they can finally third party. The circle is starting to close. It is pushing Twisted closer and closer towards Sonics.
One nade.
One nade could change it, yes, but they have to know.
They definitely do. The smokes are going to fade in just a moment. I think they're running out of utility altogether on the side of Twisted Minds. Now they're going to run on forward. H-Win up front is going to see Perfectix in just a second. Tiggleton is going to be the one to take him down. Example for the Sparking. Peeks out as well. Sparking finds the second player. They were so focused on one another so that when the TSM player came out from behind, he takes down 2.
And they lost track of that shack, which is exactly how Sparking was able to come in. So North America helping North America just a little bit. TSM finding that break, that helping hand. Now Batulin's just behind this rock. Is H1 going to find it? And yes, Twisted Minds will fall.
What a timing from Sparking to peek on out, get 2 knocks, now almost take out a player in the open from Day Trade as well. 7 teams left alive. Sparking left as a solo player, but doing everything he can to get more points for TSM.
And even if he falls, they've already done a good job getting towards placement points, but also getting 4 kills as he goes down. But Day Trade now finally activated.
Yep, BB team in the meantime trying to get rid of Sir T, the last remaining player from All Gamers Global. They had a tough time with this circle shift. They wanted to wrap Northwest. Day Trade did a phenomenal job at denying them any sort of approach, so they're kind of forced to take the fight to BB team, and now it's just Sir T left alive.
So BB team want to make sure that they wrap this up as quickly as possible, start making their rotation in towards Gaming Gladiators. As you said, one of the only teams now in the circle somewhat comfortable is a doozy going into the building, and Sir T has actually been very annoying for BB.
Yeah, able to stay alive for quite a while now, starting to rack up some placement points too. Can't count out Ian either. He's been a solo for a long, long time, but in placement points here as well.
And that nade, if it was cooked correctly, could have caused a little bit of a disaster here. Another bit of a shift, and still doing a significant amount of damage here. Finally, they will take care of him. 10 kills on the side of BB. We saw them start on the southern compound, and now they're just compounding their kills and moving forward. At least 3 members still alive.
Very, very solid start to the day here for BB team. They started off well yesterday too, a 3rd place into a 2nd, but the kills quite weren't there to kick things off. Here though, quite the other story, from fighting in the very beginning of the game to now in full control on the eastern side. I mean, for Day Trade here, such a, for Sonic, such a tricky position to try and get out of. They have smokes to move, but everyone really is looking your direction.
So they should be able to recover Tig here, but again, being put on the back foot, Day Trade is just relentless here, and their sights are focused. No, they don't even get Tig up. And so more damage is going through. Sonics in a lot of trouble here, and they have to be running out of smokes as well.
I was going to say, once that smoke is gone, they should be gone with it. We'll see Strimsy H-Win. Can you maybe get a knock and flush a single point to help what has not been the best of games thus far? In the meantime, Gaming Gladiators, they were safe in the dip for a while, but at some point everyone's going to come to you, and this is exactly what happened here. They will fall in 4th place. Sonics, at least for now, staying alive and able to get some more placement points.
And so clean from BB team, but now they're going to have to contend with Day Trade, who has realized the fight underneath them to the east has concluded, and so this is their opportunity. 4 members still alive, and 10 kills on the side of Day Trade versus the 13 of BB team.
Incredibly solid play coming through here from Day Trade again. We'll see if they can make something of it, win the game as it comes to it. Doozy finds one, Norens instantly there to trade. It's a 3v2 in favor of Day Trade as they get the flush on 1.
Now looking to close this one out. Belmont has to be careful though, as these 2 members, especially Phil First and Spyro, can turn this one around in an instant.
Definitely can. They definitely can. This smoke is all that's keeping Norens and Sparrow from one another right now. An underhand nade returned by an underhand flash. forced to back off. I don't think there's any reses coming in. They know for a fact this will be a 2v2 all the way to the end.
Barnes. This grenade could mean everything. Now it's down to a 1-on-2. Day Trade with the advantage. Phil first trying to get as many points as he can. He realizes the situation.
No vest to work with for Phil first. Does he manage to bring this one home? I think if you're Belmont and Norwich, you group up, you swing together, and this is exactly what they're setting up for. They want to sweep the side. They want to double peek it. Spiro's going to try and feed in for a crossbow as long as he can, but they will deny him that, taking him down. Now let's see if Phil first from the other side has anything to do. He heard the shots. He knows exactly where they're going to be coming from, but with every second they don't make a move that could potentially be Phil first second guessing himself. He's going to continue creeping on forward, and Belmont and Norrens ain't budging. They're holding the angle. They're waiting for this one as we go back over the hilltop. Phil first, sat still, looking forward. Norrens full level 3 gear, barely taking any damage. Sees the flash come forward. It's not going to fully block him. He's going to peek on forward.
Oh.
Phil first, able to find the first. Now it's up to Belmont. Phil first is only down to half HP. It could still very easily go his way. Belmont, do you have it in you to bring home what would be a 13-kill chicken dinner? Coming forward. Damage on both sides.
Here we go, Belmoth now, another flash coming through. Phil first has turned this into a one-on-one, somehow Toby. And now you can see Norrens trying to go forward, just finding the information. They're not gonna get that res through. And even using maybe Norrens as bait, he's gonna see it, and there it is. The spray will come through. Day Trade with an explosive start.
Absolutely phenomenal ability in Day Trade to just slow down the pace.
Yes.
Chaos ensued. They brawled back and forth. Knocks came through on both sides. But when Norrens and Belmont were left to 2, we go, bro, stop. Stop moving. We need to play this one smart. So many small things in the end of this one too. Not just crawling forward and using your teammate as bait, but dropping the level 3 helmet to your teammate that didn't have a helmet at all. These things, the fact that they can think of doing these things in an incredibly hectic 2v1 is incredibly impressive.
And I love that the fight at the end came between the two teams that had racked up the most kills, and two teams that, specifically for Day Trade, needed those points.
Absolutely phenomenal start to the day. We thought it was going to be a slow one, an easy, predictable game on Millie, but with a snap of a finger, we lost half the server. Let's hop on over now to the desk and let them break down what was a phenomenal start to day 3.
We have Day Trade here getting themselves the victory in what was a tense situation towards the very end. But let's be real, they played it to perfection here. With the information, with the body blocking, with the little peaks around it. Very well done here by Day Trade.
There's multiple things to this, right? You crawl forward to get the info, but also to make the opponent shoot. To use bullets, to give that chance where that half a second of focus where you're trying to flush, trying to get that extra point, that is the time to strike, right? And then the 3D marker, it just makes everything so perfect. So always an advantage. Even if you're knocked 2 versus 1, it's always the advantage like this here. Nice try, though.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that the tree cover at the very end for Norrens, the last player up for Day Trade, was going to run out. Vilvers did have technically control of the center dot, but no, with the down body as an advantage, the down teammate crawling forward. Close, almost, but unfortunately no cigar. It wasn't going to be a win for Day Trade. A lot of kills spread between just those two teams. However, what was it, 13 and 11?
Something
like that. Like 20 plus kills between the two of them, which is shocking to see. Sometimes on military-based circles, it's going to be a lot of spread because everyone's just fighting to get onto the military base to begin with.
You guys remember this, right? Because you're OGs. But do you remember back in the day with the very old circle settings where we had this circle of death? Between circle 4 and 5 here, that felt like the most circle of death we've ever had. 20 deaths within a couple of minutes. The whole kill fever just lit up. Dead, 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 knock, knock, dead, dead. There's just, they couldn't follow all of it. We caught maybe, 5, 6, 7 kills, but it was just explosive. And that is what military games really gives you, right? It gives you these explosive moments because lack of cover, lack of compounds to play, and then when everything kind of finds out with circle 4 and 5, they have to just make these moves here to make a winning gameplay.
Well, it's a huge game for not only Day Trade, but also BB Team. 23 and 22 points respectively. It was even more kills than we thought it was, Cameron.
Almost 30.
That's insane stuff coming out from these two teams, all things considered. Sonics will take 9, but at the same time, man, I mean, I'm just going to do it. BB Team, they were my pick to try and kind of extend themselves towards the championship. And they looked great in this game, Avenger.
They did. And third place here last year, of course, they're here to come back to contend again. I did not expect a finals not with them. And that obviously shifts the leaderboard so much. BB already up in 54. They are up with this, like, 5 games to go. There's no way they're not going to be in the finals.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. We're still looking at the majority of teams on the right side. All of them have played only 6 games. Going to see how well they climb today. Twisted, Sonics, 2 of the big favorites coming into this. It was okay games for them, especially again considering the context of this round and how many points they even had access to try and get.
It's more the gap that we're kind of looking at now, right? From our 24 up to our 32, that's a bit of a gap, and then we have up to 38, 39. It's going to make it hard here. These bottom teams, if they do not get things started here in the first couple of games, once you get to Rondo and Takeo, it's just harder maps to play. Lack of knowledge, lack to amount of hours that you've played, compared to how you are to playing Erangel and Miramar.
Harder than a military base, though?
Yeah.
Like, listen, if you talk about Erangel, the mainland, that's a different story. But then when you throw a military base, Sosnovka Island into the
but
mix.
how many hours and games have you had in military?
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many hours you have. You can't stop a bridge camp.
The Hangshang. Then you just emergency pickup. You see TSM did it. She's sparking
They did somehow evade a million bullets.
It was everyone.
Lack of knowledge on areas on map compared to, I know there's a guy here, I'm just going to avoid him, you know. Like, so I feel like it's...
Don't get shot.
It's very figured out.
No matter what, if you're going to ask the players, it's always easier to play these two old school maps of the Rank of Miramar in terms of lack of knowledge, right? With terrain and everything.
Well, let's take a look now and see who the MVP is going to be. They're going to be coming here from Day Trade, and it will be Belmoth, 6 and 928 damage. A lot coming out from Belmoth.
I mean, really good performance by Day Trade. To get here, to qualify to EWC, one of the big observations is that they had a, let's say, a stupid number of games where one person snaked to get high placement points, including a solo clutch 1v3, 1v4 win on one of those rounds. So to see them perform, get a chicken dinner with all 4 up, playing like a proper team and not just exploiting opportunities, which is still a skill that you need to have in this game, but the fact that they have more tools to play with and can actually take over zones, get control, fight fast and hard, and get a whole bunch of points.
Yeah. Day Trade team, another team that's improved their roster compared to last year coming into this, of course.
I would agree.
And it's to get these championships, to get to fighting, and you love loving them, and sometimes when you're against them a little bit, you love being, Day Trade, I want to see you do better. Also, you have a chant for them, everything, right? It's a case of, it's a case of we want to see them do well, and especially after the star-studded performance they had last year for the players.
Yeah.
Okay,
let's be real. I have been one of their biggest critics forever, right? However, Thanadol coming in, obviously them doing very well when it came to the regional qualifiers for this. They looked good there.
They did.
So, you know what?
Very dominant. And also Thanadol last year, there's no denying that he was such a star player. And to put him into a team like this here, this is what could make the difference of, maybe sometimes not making finals, maybe sometimes not getting the best of finals performances. This could make the difference with them.
Yeah, I mean, for their region, when Therathon 5 from Thanadol, there's a lot of in there. Obviously, a big performance there, obviously picking him up. I do think augments this roster quite considerably. Why am I analyzing? Right, okay, we're going to go a break. It's fine, it's whatever. We have got ourselves...
Somebody could have coined you.
Shush, no. Break time. When we're back, we have got one more Erangel on the way here for this group stage. Let's get it done. We'll see you in a few.
Этого лета. В гости к сине-бело-голубым
игроки тоже в нем победить не все силы, грандиозная победа.
После 5 сыгранных туров красно-белые занимают 4-ю
включит экраны, я бы хотел вместе с ним просто забрать тебя себе и держать из секции. Но новый день, и я опять невыносим.
Четвертую строчку в турнирной таблице, отставая от «Зенита» всего на 3 очка. Помимо яркой атакующей игры, которую отмечают болельщики и эксперты, стоит обратить внимание и на статистику. По итогам 5 туров «Спартак» лидирует в мир российской премьер-лиги по количеству голевых моментов, точности ударов и передач, а также по числу удачных единоборств в атаке и обводок. Все эти данные подтверждаются и более современными метриками. Москвичи первые в лиге по ожидаемым голам. Обобщая все эти показатели, с уверенностью можно сказать, что болельщиков ждет жаркая битва.
Мы не видим пропущенных мячей в последних матчах, и проблем в обороне, и не видно особо, поэтому я думаю, что команда играет сбалансированно. Другое дело, что выборка тех матчей, которые есть, она пока небольшая, поэтому говорить о цифрах сейчас, наверное, преждевременно, только с точки зрения такого общего какого-то анализа.
Главной силой нынешнего «Спартака» можно назвать 25-летнего универсального атакующего полузащитника Эсекьеля Барка, который переехал в Москву этим летом. В 4 матчах чемпионата на его счету 2 гола и 2 голевые передачи. Кроме того, Барка лидирует в своей команде по количеству созданных голевых моментов, заработанных стандартов, передач в штрафную соперника и обводок. А взрывная скорость и умение бить с обеих ног делают его игру неприятной для любой защиты. В летнее межсезонье «Спартак» провел 5 контрольных матчей. Соперниками красно-белых были московская «Торпедо», казахский «Актобе», Уфа, московская «Динамо» и узбекский «Насаф». В этих встречах москвичи одержали 3 победы и дважды сыграли в ничью. Одной из особенностей сборов стало наигрывание новой схемы 4-2-3-1. В конце прошлого сезона команда играла с тройкой центральных защитников. Кроме того, нередко можно было увидеть игроков не на своих родных позициях. Все это уже приносит результат на старте нового сезона. 5 побед в 7 матчах при 1 поражении.
Всегда приятнее играть против команды, которая сама активно играет, пытается играть в футбол. Команды, которые приезжают, играют низко, закрыто. Это их право, их выбор.
Нового тренера Дejana Stankovića. Известный в прошлом полузащитник сборной Сербии и победитель Лиги чемпионов в составе миланского «Интера» завершил карьеру 11 лет назад. С тех пор он успел поработать ассистентом в Удинезе, координатором в Интере, советником президента УЕФА, главным тренером в родной Цервени Звезде, с которой, кстати, выиграл 3 чемпионства и 2 кубка, в итальянской Сампдории из серии А и в венгерском Ференцвароше, добившись чемпионства во главе этого клуба в прошлом сезоне. Отмечается, что Деян жесткий специалист, который делает мощный упор на физику и дисциплину. В подходе к футболу он использует все свои лучшие качества игрока. Высокий прессинг, быстрые переходы из обороны в атаку и активные комбинационные действия.
У нового тренера всегда новые требования, плюс эмоциональная составляющая. Конечно, игроки хотят показать новому тренеру свои лучшие качества для того, чтобы застолбить за собой место в стартовом составе. Команда играет очень активно, агрессивно по тем матчам, которые были уже сыграны. Результативно чувствуется, что хорошая атмосфера, ребята заряжены на игру, на хороший результат, и пока все получается.
Поговорим о новостях и достижениях, которые произошли в жизни сине-бело-голубых за последнее время. Сразу 6 игроков «Зенита» были включены в расширенные составы своих национальных команд на сентябрьские матчи. Евгений Латышонок, Максим Глушенков, Вячеслав Караваев, Юрий Горшков и Андрей Мостовой могут поехать в Ханой, чтобы принять участие в товарищеских матчах против Вьетнама 5 сентября и Таиланда 7 сентября. Также Страхиня Иракович включен в предварительный список сборной Сербии на матчи против Испании и Дании в Лиге наций, которые состоятся 5 и 8 сентября соответственно. Окончательные списки будут утверждены позднее. Андрей Мостовой вошел в 5 лучших джокеров клуба. Как сообщает портал «История Зенита», полузащитник забил уже 10 голов после выхода на замену в чемпионате. В общем зачете, который также включает голы и в кубковых встречах, Мостовой теперь занимает 5-ю строчку. Впереди Александр Ерохин, Александр Киржаков, Сергей Дмитриев и Иван Сергеев. О физическом состоянии и готовности игроков перед субботним матчем рассказал главный тренер сине-бело-голубых.
Травмы неотъемлемая часть футбола, к сожалению, иногда бывают достаточно обидные, как в случае с Максимом Глушенковым. Но ничего не сделаешь, он уже вернулся, будет вместе с нами работать, начинать делать то, что ему можно тренировать. Поэтому из тех, кто не работает, вернее, это Родригау и Глушенков. Из тех, кто не работает в общей группе, занимается отдельно, фрагментарно с командой, это Вендел, Педро, Ахметов, остальные будут готовиться.
За всю историю «Зенит» и «Спартак» встречались между собой 170 раз. 55 игр оставались за нашей командой, 66 за красно-белыми. При этом, если рассматривать матчи исключительно в чемпионате России, то здесь наблюдается перевес на стороне сине-бело-голубых – 25-18. Не менее интересно напомнить, что москвичи не побеждают в Петербурге уже 12 лет во всех турнирах. Верим, что положительная статистика в играх со «Спартаком» в последние годы, а также домашние стены и поддержка болельщиков помогут принести результат и в эту субботу. Начало встречи в 17:30 по петербургскому времени. А с 12:00 в общественном пространстве ФСС Кубка встречи. Для посетителей будут организованы спортивные аттракционы, семейные игры.
2 or 3 teammates that has a good car each, you're rarely going to see it continue to go again and go. Yeah, maybe in the open qualifiers, but then again,
No,
half the teams in the open qualifiers,
Sure.
they can't hit a glider.
No, and that's fair, but I do think you are discounting marginally the ability to be able to shoot from the high ground that the glider gives you, swap between the seats back and forth. And also, something that surprises a lot of people is that, which you all know, the glider doesn't actually explode. It just starts to glide down itself. So it's not nearly as dangerous as a car driving through an entire pack of individuals.
It's still, you know exactly where it's going.
Sure. I'm not saying it's free.
Yeah, it's like there's a guy going down here. There's a free point. Let's get him. Somebody's gonna drive by him. Just take him out. But yeah, I like the idea of it. It's just it takes too much gas. You have like all the. If you could stay, let's say, in the air for 10 minutes, I would have been not fine with it, but we would see it even more than we do already.
Recently, I loaded our mutual friend, Blank, up into a glider with me. He's never driven a glider before. I bailed. I just jumped out and parachuted away. Left it in there. He's like, well, what do I do? What do I do? I'm like, well, it was a great time. He did panic. It was brilliant. He may have crashed it into a tree afterwards. It was, he's not the best. He's a bit... He's all over. Yeah. He's all over the place. He's a crazy guy. But anyway, let's talk about other things that are going on here. One thing that I do want to ask you about, now that we've seen Day Trade just get a win on the board, what are you expecting for their chances here? Because let's be real, it wasn't just me that was
16th. They just put themselves.
Sure. However, there are still a lot of teams that could take them over. Can they be consistent? Is my question.
Yeah, I mean that's a big question. Again, they qualified through a lot of solo snaky plays, which is, on one hand, it shows that they can salvage well. On the other hand, it makes it really hard to read how this team is going to be able to perform going forward. So you're right, they're at like 60 or so. So I do think that they're going to be able, or close.
Tied 16 to 3 teams with 43. It's kind of interesting. Our mid pack is super stacked.
It really is.
Yeah.
And actually, Tickleton acknowledged it as well in the interview that we had just before the day started, right? The fact that, and I'll hold to this, what I said at the beginning of the day, this is the closest group stage we've ever had on internationals. The quality of plays, the quality of teams, aside from 3-4 floundering towards the bottom at the moment, everything else is super up for grabs for these teams looking as excellent as they do.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we have a couple of teams that are getting a bunch of wins that we didn't expect, maybe one, but to see 2 or I don't think we had a team that hits 3 yet, but regardless, yeah, this is very close, going to make finals very interesting. But to answer your question, I do think Day Trade is going to qualify to the grand finals.
So?
Once they're there, that's a big question. I still, part of me wants to say that they're still going to be in the double digits final placement, but it's a best of 12, so, but again, we can talk about that when it starts.
You always critique them in the finals. It's all in the group stage. You're cheering for them, right?
We?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're cheering them on.
I know I
cheering them on the group stage, but then the finals, you're like your hopes and dreams get crushed for them, right? Because it's often a little bit rough for them once you get to the finals. But yeah, I think definitely I could see Day Trade definitely coming in and getting into the finals. I hope so for them, especially after this change here. I think it's a super interesting change.
Yeah.
They are the top tier team coming out of Thailand. They are just such a good team. And look at that.
Taikon.
There it is, Taikon.
All right.
From Vietnam. Look at that with the love, with the sunglasses on. Yeah, maybe it's a little bit too much light in the studio.
Well, of course, we do have one of the teams here who is looking to get a back-to-back after PGS4. It's Twisted Minds. Let's hear from Batulins coming into the next games.
Welcome to PUBG at the Esports World Cup. My name is Barney Banks and I'm joined by, of course, Batulins from Twisted Minds. Batulins, you've literally been here for like 6 hours, like in the country, but I'm going to ask you anyway, what's the experience been like so far, taking in all of your surroundings and seeing the Esports World Cup for the first time?
I would say, first of all, it was very hot outside. I just landed at like 2 a.m. and it felt like, I don't know, some super sunny day. Yeah, but the hotel is amazing, the food is amazing, everything here feels like very comfortable. So it's not hot inside the building, so yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy.
How's the preparations been with you and your team leading up to this event? Have you guys just been scrimming? Like, what's the scenario been?
I mean, first of all, we had some tournaments in Europe, which one of them we won, second one we placed second. So normal for us, yeah, so these results, but yeah, basically just scrimming, playing these tournaments, which felt like scrims before this huge event, so yeah. Confident to win this tournament now, so.
Nice, the confidence is oozing out of you, I can see it. You got that smile, you're just here to enjoy yourself, it's good. Now, I've got to ask you, I mean, we can't sit here and not talk about PGS4. Like, you guys, you managed to take the win, the curse of second place was lifted off your shoulders. Did it feel like a weight was lifted when you finally managed to win?
It was definitely a great feeling, because it's like, we deserved the win for such a long time.
Exactly,
but we did something wrong in the final day, every single time in the tournaments. And because we had such a small gap between PGS3, PGS4, we were able to think again what we did wrong. It's not about the game, it's only about the mentality. So our whole team was working on this mentality, and we were managed to finally win the LAN tournament. It's still not enough for us. We need to win Riyadh, we need to win PGC, we need to do it again and again.
I like that mentality.
Yeah, and then I can say we finally, like, you know,
world champions.
Yeah, passed the game, like, did everything we had to do.
Always great to hear from Batulins, the GOAT of PUBG Esports, now a champion of a global tournament as well. His insights, of course, never satisfied, never happy with winning one event. He wants them all.
And that's what, I mean, I'm, first of all, a huge Batu fan as well, but yeah, I love that hunger. Like, yes, and he doesn't blame anyone else for the second place, right? So he's like, you know what, we always get there, we always get the second place, but finally we got it, but I want more. I want Riyadh, I want PGC, and that's exactly what you need in a player of his caliber.
It's actually kind of wild when you think about it, how many things that we take for granted now in competitive PUBG that Batulins has been, if not the guy to introduce to us, then a big part of it. The early day Twisted Minds or NLT back then, utility usage. No one could, I mean, we're not talking about landing a nade. We're talking about flashes. We're talking about precision mollies, how to set up smoke lines. They were one of the teams to pioneer, understand the economy behind utility usage. Him on mountaintops on Miramar. No one did it before him. He was there, and just their whole play style, their approach to the game, as we now head on over to Erangel once more to match number 2 of this final day of groups.
And it's just shaping up to be, again, so close. As the desk was saying, this has been the craziest group stage because there really isn't, as they were saying, a weak link, right? Yeah. Sure, you can pick out maybe 1 or 2 teams that are doing that well, but the fact that the midfield is this close is just, it's got to be crazy stressful as well for the players.
Now, I've been repeating myself and talking about nice plane paths. This one, I'm not going to repeat that sentiment because
I dare you.
This is arguably the most western plane path you can get on all of Erangel. But in all fairness, if we are to go by yesterday's standards, this game is somehow going to end east of Rostock. We're somehow going to swing all the way back east, but look for all drop spots, even on Military Island, even on Erangel as a whole, because the plane is so far west, even Milta is practically unreachable.
Yeah, and we were kind of joking about it together while we were waiting for the game to start. I would love a Zarki circle. That is...
Never had it.
Dude, it is one of the, it's my favorite area in Erangel, first of all, but it's just, there's actually so many ridges and fun areas around Zarki to find. Zarki itself also is multi-leveled, right? So you have a lot of different buildings. We don't really get them often, but it's a very fun area to end.
Well, we're not, what?
There you go.
Look at the plane path and look at where the line of the circle is.
Yeah.
So, for those of you guys who don't know, circles tend to always touch the plane path. This is as east as this circle could have gone. we have about 3 of the 16 teams inside the first circle. Everyone's gonna be scrambling seeing this. Wait, we don't loot Milton normally, but if we go there now, I mean, that's gonna be free, right? This is gonna be insane.
And fortunately for the Expendables, they've realized that they're going to be one of the first teams, the beneficiaries of the circle, because they're going to be the first ones in Milta or any area around that, whether they want to go a little bit north of Milta, take those flat tops, very strong positions to early game scout, as well as take control of some rotations. You even have E-Arena now posturing. VP, who decided to go to military base, will have a somewhat easy rotation as long as they don't get camped there. So for all the other teams, you know, we're definitely looking at that western edge to start to be a little bit of a sore spot for rotations.
Well, the race to the east has begun, and E-Arena is maybe not in the lead of it, at least not for now, because Expendables did beat them to it, but they're going to full speed send it right in behind the rest. Now, as we're seeing the rotations come through, the loot game get going, I want to take a second to go back to Day Trade, because not only did they win a phenomenal match here in the previous one, full control on the island top from start to finish, but they have figured a way to incorporate a structure within the organization that I think only really APAC teams have been fully successful with. Their ability to pick up players that have yet to turn 18, yet to be eligible to play competitive PUBG, and kind of have them on the academy/bench position and let them watch, quote-unquote, the big boys play, learn from them to then be filtered in as the days go on. If we look, for example, at a player like Belmoth, started as a substitute on the team, he realized after a year and a half, I don't just want to be a sub, I want to actually, like, I'm old enough now, guys, sub me in, I want to go play. He was then traded to Sharper Esports back in 2021, where he, I mean, rein in. Don't do this to me.
I thought he was gonna drive straight into the water.
Okay, you know what? I'll hold that thought for a second, because T1 seems like they are very eager to get shot at on rotation. They're doing donuts in front of Sissy, and yes, of course, E-Arena will find that. Tigger takes the first elimination of the game, as now T1 a little late to it, maybe, but they are coming in a 3v1 against Sissy, who's trying to make a run for it.
And that smoke could buy him a little bit of time, but no, they're gonna vault right after him, and so he's gonna have to run as fast as his legs will carry to try to get away from the rest of the angry members of T1, as this was a smart position, though, for them to end up on, especially because that bridge is essentially center circle.
These pink rabbits are fast. We'll see if he's fast enough to get across the road before T1 gets eyes on him. I think they're definitely confused that he managed to get out of there alive, especially now. Panzerfaust in hand, Raining, watch out, using those inside. Can't get you self-eliminated.
Wow, he just pre-fired the corner. Okay.
I think he saw the mannequin in the corner and thought it was a player. Either that or that was the most insane pre-fire I've seen in a very long time. Wow, okay, T1 is here to fight. I think the jitters are kind of on their hands right now. They're a little shaky, which I understand. But guys, breathe. This is still doable. You lost one player, you can turn this around. Well,
maybe.
Now you might have lost 2.
Yeah, Ian will actually go down, so Tigger will find another knock, and again, for a team that started off rather poorly yesterday, managed to bring it back. This is kind of a mirroring situation here.
Definitely is. No third team has really opted to engage so far. We are seeing Virtus.pro on the southern side, obviously hearing this, seeing parts of it too. Not sure if they're eager to aggress, as Alpaca able to find yet another one. Damage done on both sides as Raining, alongside his team at Alpaca, is trying to make something off of this tricky one. But for E-Arena, really sat at 15 points in their final day. They cannot go out with a single point here.
No, they needed to actually wipe the team and get rid of T1. Oh no, the smokes will actually cover him.
Yep.
But as I was saying, E-Arena, they needed to have a good start. Getting that first knock on T1 was that good start, but now it's all starting to fall apart, and now Virtus.pro will start to get involved.
Virtus.pro is starting to find eliminations on Expendables, who also have up there just to take this fight. This is the two, these are the parents at the kids' football game that are starting to go, no, guys, these are doing something. Let's just stay back, watch the guys do their thing, and then we'll engage afterwards. But now they're starting to have a brawl on the sidelines.
You see Clory's there starting to set up just to the west side, maybe looking for a flush, but none given to him. As you said, VP was like, hey,
just keep rotating.
So Ibby will back off, and wisely so. They'll leave Quizzy there for the moment. I mean, he has a vehicle he'll be able to pull off if he needs to, but yeah, still just fishing for these points.
Also, we got to keep in mind there's a fairly decent chance this one could swing back to military again.
Yeah.
So don't want to
Much
go
more
too
than last
far.
game.
Don't want to go too far into the mainland. If you're Virtus Pro, might as well set up a bit of a highway towards that eastern shoreline of Milta. That would be definitely the way to go about it. This fight, though, has quieted down, at least for now. Casualties on all sides. That's Alphaka still outside. Knows exactly where he has Quizzy, but can't quite get the angle on him. Maybe he can flame him out there. We'll see if Raining can catch him on the other side of the building.
And the Arena, and I was about to say T1 not really winning or benefiting from this at all.
No.
The Arena, to their credit, only lost one. Meanwhile, T1 is now just down to one player.
In the meantime, towards Yasnaya, because why not when the circle is further south? Tianba, All Gamers Global rotating through one another. Again, I mean, this takes me back to our Miramar game of yesterday when we have these very, very difficult plane paths and teams are forced to do awkward rotations. They're going to be running into one another because their timings, it's just you can't predict them. You don't know what's going to happen. It's impossible to prepare for. So therefore, teams will get tangled up as they make their way east, and we see it up by Yasnaya here once again.
And that's a great point. You can prepare as much as you want, but when you get a wrench thrown into the mix like this, like a plane path, like not only the plane path, but then the circle pop, right? Exactly. It just completely shatters what your original plan could have been. And so Alphaka, just the last member alive here, Raining, ultimately no chance of getting res, trying to play his life and just hoping that E-Arena realistically doesn't push this as a squad and just get rid of him.
Exactly. Sizzy has been seen. Alphaka want to keep his teammate alive, but I don't think there's any way he's going to get this done unless if he full commits to the fight across the street. Virtus Pro realizing that there's a team that has now backfilled them. That is their kind of transition back to military tempered with, at least for now, should this next circle take us back in that direction. But as this quiets down for a brief second, I just want to finish my point on day trade and say that Belmoth, he left the team, didn't want to sub, came back in because he was too good to not be on the roster anymore. They kind of threw him out as a sub, brought him back in as a starter, and now he's the captain of the team. So a nice transition from being brought in as an academy guy, too young to play, to now be the captain on the roster.
I mean, Tycon followed a similar path, right, with Cerberus, but
it's the APEC way of doing things, and I really do like it because it gives the players a joy, or like a more, I guess, to some extent, love and feel for the org they're part of, rather than them just being a jersey they're wearing. Not saying that's the case for everyone else. As we see more of these early game shambles going on, Tianba, the unfortunate losers of all of this, as now Tycon
Speaking of Tycon,
up on the hunt 7-7, trying to make a run for it.
He's going to pull out the DMR, maybe get a few shots in, but he's got to be careful. Pow Pow. And that vehicle is moving super slow. So he fortunately will survive, and here's the pull-up now from Cert T. Can he find this knock? Oh, the jump over!
Nice timing from Pow Pow. Goes for the reload, 13 bullets in hand, but Pow Pow able to find the double. We'll see if he can get the third. Oh, just behind the vehicle. Goes his opponent as Pow comes around the corner, takes him down, 7-7. Now trying to reset. It's just him left alive, Tycon. And Pow wants to take him out. They want to get Cert T back on his feet. We'll see the push come through. Tycon locks on over, peeks on forward, catches him with nade in hand, and that is going to be Tianba.
Oh, no, what is that shift?
Shifts back to military.
And you know what's funny is I was going to mention earlier,
Look at the east.
Before Luna had even started making it across that bridge, I was going to say they're probably better off just waiting on the south side on Millie base to see what the circle does. Fortunately, they don't take any losses, and now they will be the ones to once again, if you remember last game, choose exactly where they want to play.
I am at a loss for words. The only way this could be even wilder than it is
if it
already
shifts
is
back
if
north.
it shifts back north again. Let's see.
Oh, man.
52 alive, phase 2. 10 minutes in, we've lost 12 players already. Danua looking to the south. They have, of course, heard all of the commotion earlier. That's a Nonix with an SKS, best team on the game, in hand. Peeks towards the south, tries to figure out what's happening down here. Seeing a ton of vehicles on the move, and probably just having to forfeit, realizing, guys, I don't think this journey over to Millie is going to be as simple as we had hoped for.
No, definitely not. As I said, Luna with a lot of room to work with. BB, though, getting there so much quicker, have already actually set up here on top of this hill. And so they once again in a position to get a lot of kills, especially once the chaos dies down. Meanwhile, on the north side, Day Trade is taking a nice little E pickup past the Sonics, who have decided to stay just on the east side, or at least 2 members, or 1 is it just Norrens?
They're simply sending Norrens
Just
across
Norrens?
to the other side in similar fashion to what we saw with Anonix in the previous game, sending one guy over
like that,
scout,
though.
see if he can lock down a position. If he can, great. If he fails, well, we only lost 1 guy.
But the thing is, the difference is that while Anonix was in the air coming down, the other members were already on the island. The difference here is that the rest of Day Trade still have to make that rotation. And as you can see, the Gladiators are somewhat set up already on that western bridge.
Okay, so a lot of teams are opting to go down here. Sparking arguably taking the easiest route to military. Either this or E-pickups would be the best. This might, though, trump E-pickups, mainly because with E-pickups you're in the situation where you get out of your plane or your, I guess, harness and you don't have a vehicle. This time around he's still going to have his glider should he park it all right on the ground of that potential northern shift back again.
Plus TSM actually are making landfall in Novo, and so they're going to be able to pick up those vehicles no problem. And so yeah, much better situation there for TSM as E-Arena now actually making their way towards that direction as they are starting to make a rotation towards the south side of the circle. Sparking, though, already on radio tower.
I'm still trying to comprehend not only the initial fight, but T1's approach to it. I don't like to just sit on one team forever and kind of call them out, but it just seems very miscommunicated the way that they're approaching that fight. As now we see Twisted Minds. They have heard the shots from Virtus Pro further down the eastern side of military base proper, and they are making their way down here. But do they know that they have Nixie and Lupo right nearby? I'm not sure.
Meanwhile, on the south side, just gatekeeping a little bit here on one of these mounds, as these bunkers, you know, when they're in, are notoriously easy to get in, very difficult to get out of. But EB not necessarily contending with that issue right now, is Petrichor as well rotating in the blue. It looks like quite a few of these teams, in fact, All Gamers Global coming in right behind them, looking for that western bridge as well. And it kind of does.
I mean, north is in, but we know it's going to shift south. And
this is going to be a very difficult finish, though, Toby, because that coastline does not really offer that much cover.
I mean, you say the coastline all the way down to where BP team is. We really only have 3 buildings left in this circle altogether outside of the very far western compound. It's definitely going to be a tricky one. If we look towards the center of the circle here, we see Pow Pow's valiant effort, jumps on over, catches an opponent with Nate in hand. Cest falls as his shoulder is visible too. Almost
had
got
3,
the third there as well. That could have been a 1v4, but it wasn't to be.
So now looking at the rest of this map, you see Day Trade actually taking shots, and it somewhat scared Petrichor away. Meanwhile, the last member of Day Trade, Norrens, is slowly making his way behind the Gladiators, who wisely have actually chose to camp whatever teams may be coming in from that west bridge.
This is what I was just alluding to before. Twisted Minds will find one of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro realizing too late that Twisted was in the nearby vicinity. They're spread very thin. They still have EB down towards the south. Lookrooks in military base proper as well. Nixie right now is all by himself. He needs to find Lou, and it's not going to happen. Lou spots him out up above, will take him out, and again, simply nothing Virtus Pro could do to really prevent this push come through because they were split too thin.
And this has been the problem, though, for VP, right? Game after game, they just cannot seem to. I mean, this circle, I'll give them a little bit of a break, but they just have not been able to make it past, it seems like, circle 3, circle 4 with more than 2 members alive.
True. It's definitely not been easy for them. Danoa now coming in the southern side, rotating all the way around the south tip of the island as they peek on forward here. Deal, formerly known as a Babsanghet, will make his way alongside the teammates further towards the east. They're backfilling BP team effectively. Are they just going to full speed send it underneath? Where are you opting to stop, guys?
It looks like it, and this is actually very widespread. Twisted Minds could get involved in this if they see the fight go through. Meanwhile, Norrens, oh no, that's a big knock.
Yeah.
For Day Trade, or against Day Trade.
Unlucky loss. He got in too close, and he's going to go down because of it now. In the meantime, BP team trying to fend off against Danoa. Twisted Minds is there to join them as well. As I think Danoa very quickly realizing that what they were set up to do was not bound to work out for them. Just one player left alive, and that's going to be Danoa. Completely torn apart by BP team and Twisted Minds.
That rotation was so risky, as they were going to have to, like we said, go in between multiple teams, especially on the face of that hill with the barracks kind of overlooking it, that was always going to be a challenge, and so they will fail to rise to it, as now Gaming Gladiators still continuing to keep tabs on this western bridge. And you see Dante now trying to almost corral Thanadol in their direction, the last member of Day Trade.
And everyone's scrambling to try and get inside this next circle. TSM, a little tribute to 2017 TSM, playing in the blue, fighting in the blue as they too make their way further towards the next circle. We all know it's going to shift south, and indeed it does. Lunar Galaxy sat dead center in this one. Currently our second to last team. They need to make something of this circle shift.
Also Sonics, I mean, that's going to be a very fortunate circle for them. They have, for the most part, been chasing circles. Last game as well, they were given a chance, but sandwiched between multiple teams, they made it at least to the top 8. This time with a big opportunity to get the points that they desperately need at 38, currently at 18th.
Let's see as things, again for a second, quiet down, but you don't get to breathe in and out more than once or twice because fights are about to happen. BB team well aware that Twisted Mind is just over the other side of this hill. They're hearing the cars coming in, and I think that is a fight that should be popping off any second. Now, in the meantime, Gaming Gladiators will up to go further towards the north. We'll see if Pin can somehow lock down Day Trade's last player, Thanadol. He's sat in the shack with not a whole lot to work with.
And that shack is gonna be his Alamo, essentially. I mean, he's not getting out of it, especially because Gaming Gladiators have actually found that position. Meanwhile, we do see Tycon and the boys from AGG making landfall, at least a little bit of cover. We'll see. That was an empty car, just for all those Lookarucks, actually.
But how do they make their way off this shoreline? That's what I'm
the issue.
Concerned about, right? I mean, they get Lookarucks, he's down, that's solid. Now, in the meantime, back towards Platoons we go. We said it before, and we saw it kind of in the making. BB team and Twisted will have to fight for this one at some point. I don't see how Twisted can wrap around them, get inside the circle here, without confronting BBT's location.
Yeah, and BB, again, just gatekeeping that south side, with TSM also having to contend with Gladiators if they want to come in on the southwest, and then Petrichor slowly making their way across. They're actually swimming here as the potential for a fight here. Lou has to be very careful. Spyro just waiting in the wings right underneath him.
The amount of pink-colored logos in the bottom side, or whatever you want to call it, that color.
Peach?
Shrimp red, I don't know, salmon red on the southern side of the map right now, not easy. Ixlef wanted to get off the beach, didn't really end up happening for him. He will fall on approach. The issue is he's going to be the first one from Petrichor to do so. So for the remaining two players, Summer and Ming, still out in the water. They will now be seen. Ming is trying to make a run for it. 360s. We'll see if that's going to grant him some safety as he at least gets to the corpse of his fallen teammate. Maybe there's a smoke there. Maybe there's a bit more cover that he can deploy to try and make the run further forward.
And the fact that there was a smoke there at all is really his saving grace, as you see Summer still trying to make it onto the beach, but Sir T not really giving them any break at all. Is actually Sapao and Tycon are making this push. They want to eliminate the team as fast as possible, but now here we have the fight between TSM and Gaming Gladiators, as they have opened it up. Smokes as well abound. A spray coming from Dante, but he won't be able to finish it.
This is going to be a big fight. A lot of space to be claimed on the western side of the circle for whoever comes out victorious. TSM looking forward. Now with the circle going further towards the east, they know there's a space that they don't really need, but they have to take the fight in order to move further forward. Gaming Gladiators are on the defensive. They're waiting this one out. This could be a very solid flash from Alo, locked on forward. No lethal utils for TSM, or they would have probably used it already. You can see Purdy on the flank around the side, trying to get the angle onto Pin, as he's now being shot from afar.
Yeah, but the afar is really not going to be the main issue here. Is actually Ibby. It is. Ibby will find the knock, and that opens a huge window for TSM to push forward.
Everyone in trouble. They simply took too long in the engagement, and now the teams safely inside the circle are starting to feast as they look down in this direction. Alo has to reload inside the smoke, still trying to make his way further forward, but he's lost track of his opponent.
And then look at Aduzi now. Aduzi from BB teams coming in for the backstab, trying to get as many points as possible. Alo will fall. It's just now down to Luke. He'll at least get the finish, but Aduzi will get Dante.
Complete carnage on the southwest side, and as you said, Aduzi's been sneaking up in this direction for forever now, though, forced to back off. Again, the remaining server, everyone to the east of here is looking in this direction, and look at that open hillside. There's literally no cover to be found outside of the tree that Luke is currently hiding behind a blown out vehicle, sure, but he
There he
cannot
goes.
get to it. Tygon takes him down. 10 kills for All Gamers Global, 6 of which are on Tygon.
You know, they ended strong yesterday, and it seems like they're starting strong today as they still maintain 3 members alive. Sonics, meanwhile, sat just in the middle around Luna Galaxy. The fights that are really going to matter here are going to be on the south side of the circle between BB Team, Twisted, and potentially New Happy. If they see the fight, if they're able to see that there is a third-party situation, they will absolutely take it.
Let's see now, E-Arena able to get themselves a bit of a reset as their next push is, again, really bound to be over towards Expendables. Don't think they're going to be able to swing all the way around the compound, but having said that, there would actually be space should they succeed in doing so. But no, they're going south. They want to wrap the other direction. We'll see what they're opting to go for. There is a shack in this circle that they could try and full speed send it towards, and that might just be the play here. Lob a smoke on forward, see if you can get in there, and indeed, they will.
Yeah, they're in there for now, but
Nate bait.
Nate bait potentially. I mean, the safetiness of that. I mean, the good thing as well for the duo of the Expendables is if that compound gets cut out, they can shift over to the west and play that hillside. There is a significant amount of cover. If you want to talk about this circle in general, probably most of the cover is going to be in that area. And so they'll survive for now. E-Arena as well bought a little bit of time with that as New Happy now trying to get a little frisky on the south side.
I like what New Happy were trying to set up to do, or at least the way I read it is that they were pushing up the hillside, maybe trying to force Twisted Minds into BB
yes.
Team, set up a third-party opportunity for themselves. Issue is now Expendables sees them up the hillside. They're miles out in the open. That is an angle they were not ready for. And, well, Tanvu is going to make it very, very hard for Longska to really get anything going. But with this circle shifting, I mean, there's not really a whole lot more they can do other than making the play. And now with non-dead, I mean, they're pretty much done for.
Yeah, New Happy with a position, an opportunity to actually push forward and maybe take a little bit of control of the circle. We're actually gate-kept by the 2 duos.
I mean, the amount of crossfire lineups that these teams have on one another right now. Jacob from the opposite side of the circle taking out Perfectix. This is an incredibly difficult area for really everyone to play. Part of the reason why you really, I mean, you only have Luna Galaxy playing solidly inside the circle alongside Sonics, I suppose, in the compound on the other side. But there's also a reason that those 2 teams have 0 kills combined. They cannot take part in any of the action that's taking place right now. It's all these teams that are trying to fight their way further towards the circle that has to brawl for what would most likely be a third-place finish.
And that's just one of the key aspects of getting into a circle like this. Yes, great. It's one of the side effects. You do have the greatest position in the circle, but you're not able to really get anything off it. Not any fault of the team. It's not like Luna doesn't want to spread out, or it's not like Sonics doesn't want to get a little more aggressive, but they simply can't.
Exactly. That's even more so the reason why you've got to bring home wins when points are there to be garnered, not through kills, but through the placement points. The circles come your way. They continue, man. They continue. All Gaming Global. 12 kills so far, and they're not done yet. They still have 2 E-Arena players in and around this shack. They're looking over towards Ming Ming, who currently finds himself prone on the hillside down towards Twisted Minds. He too, though, will have to move further forward. All Gaming Global will be inside the circle on this hilltop, and Tycon, with a double tap to the head, will find Sissy and instantly goes for shots over towards Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah, this is really hurting Twisted Minds' game plan. They would like to at least engage BB somewhat on their own terms, but the fact that the Expendables, and now really it was the Expendables, now it's AGG, are just not allowing them any room to do so. They're actually just getting shoved into this position where they now have to push right into Ming Ming, and a grenade could cause disaster.
Example comes down the hillside, takes a lot of damage, and all just taken down by Posa here as well. Lu now out of the car, down to low HP, but can't stop to heal. He knows he has Ming Ming just on the other side, and Ming Ming will find him, get the flush onto his teammate as well. Will get the second 2, so again a salvage situation for New Happy as they find 2 points just before they fall.
And just like that, that is it. Twisted Minds. Oh no, Batulin's still the last one alive. The other 2 members were the ones to fall. And so 5 kills. What can he do? A potential spray down. He gets 1. Phil first will fall, but he still has 3 more members to contend with.
We saw Bestalog on the peak before as well, but Bestalog sees him too. That's going to be Twisted Minds down and out. It's been a stalling battle for all these teams with the circle closing coming in, they are forced to make plays happen. E-Arena still outside the circle, maybe trying to just heal through this one, see if there's a placement or two more to be found. As Lunar Galaxy, the first team to wrap back towards the Millie Island, get yet another blessing from the circle gods.
And if you're Sonics at this point, the play might even be to just wrap into that hillside that AGG is on, because there's really nothing to play on the west side. Pushing directly into Luna may just be suicide. I mean, I'm not even sure Sonics has any vehicles because they swam across, and so you just need to get as many points as possible, and AGG might just be that option.
Nice blue zone nade here. Jacob forced outside the building is going to prone, trying to get out of it, and actually it's going to be the actual blue zone and not the blue zone nade that gets the better of him. So no points gone to All Gaming Global, but I think they're pretty satisfied with where they're currently set. 14 kills in this match so far, still 3 alive, but they are also the team with the furthest to go here with this Western Circle shift.
BB team not immediately threatened. They still have a little bit of a ridge line to play here, and so they're not going to have to rotation. Really, the onus is going to be, as we said, on AGG and Sonics.
I mean, keep in mind, Sonics, look at their util, 11 smokes, 12 nades. They have yet to really do anything. In this game, they've been very satisfied with getting to chill in the building for as long as they have. Now we'll see if they, with the util and full vests and helmets, can make something happen, as Haven is able to find a doozy. So BB team forced to, I was going to say stall for a bit, wanted to try and take out All Gaming Global on their push down the east side, but now has to go for the res instead.
And Sonics now have to make that choice. The initial thought of trying to push towards AGG is gone now, as you said, they fortunately do have plenty of utility, but once they get on that doorstep of Luna, they also have a lot of grenades, and so that could be the winning factor for them, as they do have to start moving, closing. The circle is closing. They are on the slow side, so this buys them just a little more time.
Tycon crossed on over, no vest, but he does not care. He's going to sprint forward regardless, but half the server has eyes on him, and I don't think he's long for this world, no. Spiro will find him. Nice trade for Zapao, though. Not that I think it's going to matter for Tycon. No, he will fall, but Zapao is able to effectively use his teammate as bait to get yet another one. 15 kills. We'll see if Zapao can find more.
Possible. It's very possible, but he now has quite the run, and that smoke bouncing off of Tickleton's back. But this is exactly what you were saying. They need to use that utility. They need to get as close as possible to Luna Galaxy so they can use those grenades to try to get the knocks and take over the best position in the circle.
12 nades available. We'll see if they hit the mark. Nades in return does hit their mark, as the Tonics boys are forced to back off at least for now. But keep in mind, those smokes don't last forever, and they've deployed a fair amount of them. Only 3 left to work with. So they would want to make this play before they fade altogether, because they still have three members of BB teams up and alive that could get angles on this. Now the Western threat is done with. Now they can push further forward as the power falls.
And you know,
but this is it, the smokes are gone. They have no pathing.
They have a few smokes that they've thrown at the building, which is very smart to block off any of the angles, and Luna necessarily can't poke out either because they have BB team on their backside, and so they're kind of stuck in these buildings. Really, it's just Haven, the only one with a little bit of cover in that Shack's position to try to get a little bit of damage onto the Sonics.
They had the smoke line before, but those smokes are fading, and Bestelog is taking full advantage of it. Nice angle from him. 3 nades now in the hands of Vinny. There's only so many places that Sonics can be. They're setting themselves up for a quad nade, potentially, should one get placed just a bit further towards the west.
And they managed to get the heal off. This is actually so crucial, but no, Posa will find 3 with a beautiful spray.
Solid shots come through, and Sonics are dismantled by BB team and Lunar Galaxy. No entry, held back, didn't dare to make the run through the smokes, and they pay the price.
And the utility coming through from Luna, the fact that they had those grenades is really what stunted that push from Sonics, but now it's BB team. They still have a position to play here, but they will have to move first once this circle phase 9 happens.
BB team, we'll see. They know exactly where they have Luna at this point. They're outnumbered, but they might, with a 3 or 2 for cover, be able to make something happen. The game will end on their side of the road. So if you can stall for long enough, there might just be a win to be had for you. Bestelog right on the edge of the circle. I'm not sure if he's just exactly, and he is able to sit put, at least for now, but look at this, no smokes. They have flashbangs, they have nades, they have mollies, but those don't matter because you're not within range to really get much use of them. You need smokes, you need cover. Luna Galaxy need the same, but they have 2. Where do you place your 2 nades when you have to make this cross?
I really don't know. I really don't know,
Toby.
Toby.
Space for 2 nades to cover.
I know we're supposed to be the ones that know everything, but I genuinely couldn't tell you at this point. Like I said, BB are the ones that have to move slightly earlier, only because they have the center circle on their side, yes, but they're currently sat against the edge of the blue.
Best of luck, down to blue, prone down, couldn't really do a whole lot. Filfirst does get a knock in return. There might be something to be done here. Filfirst, obviously, with full knowledge of where Kraken is positioned, wants to go for the second. Adusi creeping ever so much further forward. Is he the one with a nade in hand? I'm not sure. Molly on the other side is Adusi. Is able to find one, but he gets himself mollied as well, and Vinny will take him out, and now it's down to just Filfirst up against Kraken and Vinny. And you know what? It makes perfect sense here to me that they go for the rest. They know that he might not have a lot of utility, at least not that he can use within that range. He's lobbing forward blue, so nades maybe to try and isolate an angle, but I think they're coming through too late.
I don't know if they have enough time. I think that res actually might have cost them what little time they had. Vinny now making that push, and he's been spotted out by Phil.
Down to low HP. Posa is trying to make the run on forward. He still has the tree for cover. I don't think Filfirst sees him, but Filfirst finds Haven as well. Down to low HP now, though. Sat behind the shack. We'll see if he can take him out. Posa with the angle gets the headshot connected once again. Posa, half HP, but only 12 bullets in the chamber, but it would only need one in order to find him, and he will fall. Luna Galaxy in a hectic finish yet again on Millie Island.
Well, I think it was a Cameron saying that, oh, there's no way that we go the 2 games of the day on Millie Island. I'm not sure someone on the desk said it, but man, Luna Galaxy desperately needed those points. Yes, it wasn't the most impressive high kill win, but they at least came out of that with 6 and 10 points for the win. That could be a start, but they have to keep their foot on the gas.
Posa's triple, all gaming global at 16 kills. So many incredible highlights from this match. What a curveball. Toughest plane path you can possibly get on a Wrangle, followed by the toughest circle you can get off the toughest plane path, and then this south side ending. Sonics second-guessing themselves on their push on forward through those smokes.
I mean, they clearly had one opportunity. They had one chance.
You want me to start beatboxing? Or where are we going with this?
But, I mean, really, that was the case. And what a spray. The collat there at the end against Shrimsy and Kickstart was perfection. But Filfirst almost made this work.
Insane. The fact that BB team, I mean, and they were here from the start as well. Keep that in mind. Able to hold on the southern side for so long. Impressive. But now let's hop back to the desk. I'm sure they got a lot to say about this amazing game we just witnessed.
Well, Luna Galaxy get themselves a big victory here. There's not that many kills on the board because the circle was coming towards this compound for a long time. However, a very important one for them to prove that they're able to hang with the lobby in this tournament. Joining me, Cameron, as well as Venja, to talk about this one. Luna Galaxy, Cameron.
Yeah? Yeah, I mean, listen, I didn't have the highest of hopes for them. I was really excited to see what they could deliver. But to your point, James, absolutely, this was a fed zone, a fed circle. All of the nonsense, what was it, around the Milta gas station to start things off. There was some fighting up on the north. It was chaos everywhere, even before we confirmed that it was going to Milta in the first place. But for Luna Galaxy's benefit, I'm really glad that they could get this chicken dinner here, get themselves on the board. You always talk about needing that confidence, and especially for a team that has very limited global experience like this team does. Hopefully now they can go for more plays, go more aggressive. Granted, their timings, we still want to see some improvements on that in order to not get caught out. We've seen from previous rounds from them, but regardless, let's see what if they can push this further going forward now.
And it's very much the teams that are outside or have been outside the top 16 that have been getting the points here, guys. Of course, all games global, they are fragging out, and that's going to continue, and that's going to be their own thing. If they sponge up a lot and continue to do so, that'll be a different story, but still. Our teams at the top, and like in the kind of top of the right side of the leaderboard, they are still getting points here, and Luna is one of them. They need to have one more very big game or 2 more very decent games to have a chance, though. Again, we're talking about this hypothetical cutoff, 55, 60 points. It's going to be somewhere around there, very likely. But this game overall here, it's making it very hard for any other team than them because how this terrain and how this little compound works out. There's not a lot of cover here. 2 or 3 trees. BB team could not have done much more than what they got here.
But I know the second place is great for them. And by the way, do you mean all Tycon Global? Because he had like 8 kills again.
I did somehow had a couple as well. It wasn't. It was a little more shared than previously. There have been more egregious.
He had more kills than all of Luna Galaxy. Really. That's
pretty cool.
That's the story. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that obviously, you know, we think about the Tycons. Well, let's talk about the tip points here coming in.
Right.
It will be all Tycon Global up at the top here with 19 points going his way, their way. We've got Lunar Galaxy as well, 16 points. And again, another great performance from BB Team with the 13. This is the thing, though, right? Like, Tycon leaving Cerberus is such an enigma. Like, obviously, we've got PNC coming up and things like that. It's whatever. But he's playing better than Himas so far on this tournament.
Yes.
And it's like...
Oh, look at that.
Okay,
and
so power 6. So it's not just Tycon, admittedly. You're right, you're right.
In this one round. Previous rounds, you would be correct. So
they're just terrifying. They're like... Okay, Cerberus was in the previous iteration, Tycon as well. We watched as Tycon came up and was vastly underpriced over in PGC 2022 in a silly scenario where he was a sub-lol. But let's take a look at the overalls to get things going. Of course, as we now have All Gamers Global. They've found themselves with 73 points, so they're in the finals.
And also Luna pushing themselves a little bit still low. 16 points here, now they're in 33. As I said, they need 2 big games. You need to get into that top 16. Sonic's also a little bit slow and steady. They got 6 points in this one here, so they got a little bit more going their way. Twisted Minds now, one more game, they're going to be fine. They're going to be going into the finals here. It really comes down to who's going to be able to get themselves out of this bottom 8 here. Right now, Sonics is looking to be the next prospect to take over someone. Down on a 0-point game for them. Slow start overall. And 4 AM still is that target. That 55-point mark for me is the target.
Here's the thing, right? Twisted Minds 5 points behind. The other teams behind them 9 or 10 points behind.
Yeah.
We still have 4 games. Bye-bye 4 AM. Like, there's no way they're going to survive the onslaught that's on the way.
Yeah, especially with the fact that we've had so many points, even in just these first 2 games, be so spread. I think there was a chance that 4 AM could have squeaked in, like, very...
This is the work of
very thought. You are wise to fear these rings. In Sauron's hands, they could work an evil beyond reckoning.
Aegion must not fall. It would be a mortal blow for all Middle-earth.
Sooner or later, Sauron's eye boys.
Done to me!
I will not stop until this.
In a universe where the unimaginable becomes reality, and heroes rise from every corner of the cosmos. Get ready for the Avengers, with wit as sharp as his tech. And Thor, the god of thunder himself, wielding a hammer that hits harder than a freight. The whole gang is as big as his biceps. The femme fatale with a heart of gold. The Hulk whose temper is as big as his biceps. And let's not forget the manly Star-Lord with his band of misfits from outer space, the Guardians of the Galaxy. But lurking in the shadows is Loki, the trickster god. He's got a knack for mischief and a flair for betrayal. And there is Thanos, a mad titan with a plan to collect the Infinity Stones. He's big, he's bad, and he's got a chin that could split the Earth in half. Will our heroes be able to face their great loss to the Avengers? Where heroes are born. Because Avengers, coming soon to a theater near you.
work towards, and individual clan member missions to complete for various rewards. As your clan finishes clan challenges together, you'll start to rank up your new clan supply airplanes class. As your supply airplane improves, you'll get better rewards from the new clan loot caches you receive for completing clan member missions. Your clan airplane's class will degrade a bit each week, so make sure you keep at those missions to ensure the best possible rewards. In addition, clans will earn new clan tokens each time their clan reaches an XP milestone. These tokens can be used in the new clan token store, which lets you purchase things like new clan tag plates, sandbox mode tickets for clan members, hunter's chest tickets, and more. Finally, we've got a brand new weapon attachment coming your way. The new muzzle brake can be attached to ARs, DMRs, or shotguns, and will significantly reduce camera shake while firing, while also helping slightly with horizontal and vertical recoil. Some existing attachments have also gotten an update, so check out the patch notes to see what's new. There are also some performance improvements, improvements to Rondo's terrain, a new ranked season, and more. So make sure you check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.1 is here, so assemble the team, upgrade your supply airplane, and trick out your gunplay with the new and updated attachments. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It's time to throw caution to the wind as we go to Rondo once again, where nothing's figured out. The teams really don't have a clue what's going on. I'm just joking. They do know quite a bit of the map, just not every inch of it, and that's what causes some severity in the situations that go down. Joining me, Toffees as well as Avenger here. These guys are going to talk to us about Rondo, but our last two Rondos haven't really been too spicy. It's just ended in some very open areas.
Be honest. You're like, I hate it. I don't want it. I want more.
That's not what I said.
Okay, but really though, the endings have been rough. They've been kind of not the greatest of games. They've been tough for the players, and it's true to feel that way. But it's not that the map is not as bad as it's felt so far, right? I think the circles have picked some really tough spots.
Right.
And I'm hoping that this round will be a little bit different. Take some of those better locations.
I honestly think the map is great.
Yeah.
There's two things we need to change: the vast open areas.
Yep.
There's a lot of that,
and the land ratio needs to improve a little bit because half the lakes and half the mountains are considered land ratio, and not everybody knows what is what.
And I think there's some cool ideas. The emergency cover, I think, is just a really cool thing added to this map that has a lot of validity.
Should have 3 though instead of 2.
Yes, 3 and maybe a little bit bigger, so you can use them in those
Yeah.
big open areas. Something like that. But it's we're on to something, right? I think that's what I like about Rondo is that we're testing new ways to play the game.
Yeah. The emergency cover, it's one of my favorite things.
Should be on all maps.
Yeah. Oh, on all maps would be cool as well. There are some big open areas on some of these maps that you just kind of, oh, well, I guess we lose now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if you can alleviate some of that, it's a really awesome tool.
Yeah, honestly, in some situations, it should be, you know, okay, we still have a winning play to make, and that emergency cover could be that, you know, you have 1 or 2 of them, and that could create an opportunity to either win the game or at least get you further into the game that it would just be sending headlessly into a compound and maybe suiciding a little bit to some of the teams that are already holding it out.
All right. That's all about some of the stuff we've had, like the smoke guns, ways to create utility for those desperate moments. And I love that we're still adding them. And honestly, the cinematics of like that item coming out of the sky is just exciting and fun to watch, right?
Yeah, it is cool. It is cool. But of course, here we want to have some curveballs thrown at us once again for these teams. We only play 3 rondos across this group stage. The teams only play 2 rondos each. So you've got to be absolutely fast on your toes here to be able to adapt to what is going on. Again, we show E-Arena everywhere because they're playing quite adaptive. It's not been the best of days for E-Arena again. They've got a little bit more than yesterday, admittedly, already.
I'm just hoping for them to get an emergency pick up and, you know, get into some of those compounds we saw them fight so well for in PGS 3 and 4, because they did that well, and that was somewhat their recipe for success. So I want to see more of that now that they are a forced edge-looting team.
I think there's some other teams. I think, you know, you guys, Sonics have not been performing the way that they'd like right now. It's a team that we expect better. This could be
1 point so far today.
Absolutely, and I think some of these teams that are struggling, this might be a chance for them. The chaos of this map, the unexpectedness, that could give them a chance to get up and rondoing if they, I think, really get a good circle and can work around some of these other teams. Because the thing here for me is all these teams don't even know how to they know how to rotate. They haven't fine-tuned their rotations just yet. So there is a chance to get away with some things, you know?
Yeah, like for example, I mean, technically some of the little bits of the water causes some issues, especially when you get kind of funneled in towards Test Track and Neox Factory, if you're one of the teams that drops over towards that east side. So it's sometimes not the ideal situation, especially considering we see a lot of these center circles at the moment. But we've seen in qualifiers, in other tournaments like Protal TNF and things like that, we've seen some wilder circles that can occur.
We have, and honestly, that's what I'm all for about Rondo. I want to see those southern or extreme northern circles because the terrain there, the cover there is just so much better, and that's what I exactly like about this map. Yeah, it's huge, and the teams are going to get used to some of these rotations here, and we're going to see more things with emergency pickups and stuff like that. They're going to be playing on top of the rocks, and that's some of the stuff that we want to see. Sure, they've been nerfed, but they're still strong in Circle 1 and 2, like we know in Miramar.
And I think to that credit, one of the things I like about this map is when you do get those extreme circles, it's not like, say, a military circle on a angle where there's only so many ways in. Because the map's designed, no team truly feels like they're kind of getting hit in the face by PUBG when you get one of those random circles. There's a lot more options for transition.
Definitely so. As we take a look at these teams and players getting ready and good to go for this game. As I can say, they are all apprehensive about how they may play Rondo out, about how teams may end up dropping. And we still are yet to see the elusive 2-plane drop, which does cause problems itself, Avenger.
Yeah, it's more of a logical elimination, right? You don't want to go where someone had the opportunity to go before you, depending on where it is, right? So if you have a plane in your right and you're in the middle plane, you're most likely going to have to change to someone on the left side, because if you have some of the other teams that were there before you, then that's really the big change here. But 11 seconds looks like we're going to have a short time until we're ready for the game, guys.
All right. Now, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time now to head on over to the commentators to bring you the action from Rondo. How's it going to go down? Only one more. Let's go.
The players, the casters, the desk wanted variety on Rondo. You know what I'll give you? Not one, I'll give you 2 planes to kick things off today, as this, of course, is our first one, which will have a good half of the teams in it. The other one is coming in from the far, far south. All the players are in, as you see, everyone ready to go for what will be the final Rondo of the group stages.
And James absolutely nails it on the head. I mean, you really have to be quick on your feet when we're talking about Rondo, because each team only got 2 rondos in the group stages, and so the teams that were able to kind of bag a lot of points really did themselves a lot of favors, especially going into maps that we already know, like Miramar, like Tego.
Yep. Well, let's see now a little more variety in where teams are starting to drop off of course, the double playing path, which currently is exclusive to this map. We'll see if they think about maybe adding it to the other maps too down the line. We cannot say like either confirm nor deny that will be the case. They trade with currently plenty of space to play over towards the western side, towards Fongtun, as the rest of the server is spread up. But again, in general, there's going to be so much space between everyone here, except for, of course, up around Test Track, where teams just really like to go.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense. The 2 planes make sense because of how much landmass Rondo actually has. I mean, realistically, with 1 plane, you leave out so much, and of course, we center on Test Track, but oh yeah, look, Rugs, get out of there.
Get out. There's a Panzerfaust. We don't
nice
like
little
those.
Pico bus silently escapes.
The very, very OP Uzi Panzerfaust combo. Don't want to be going up against that, especially if you don't have a gun and you're in a little Pico bus.
Did he find the JS9? Is that what Zest got?
Oh, it wasn't just the Uzi? I didn't need. I
didn't
thought
see.
it was the Uzi. I'm not. No. Now you have me doubting myself. How do you
I'm just asking you a question.
Oh, fair enough.
But yeah, the JS9, if you don't know, is a very strong SMG. It's 9mm, and it is it's disgusting.
Definitely pretty decent. We haven't seen too much of it so far in the tournament. Who knows?
I think they toned it down off the initial release because, I mean, that thing was, I mean, you were beaming people from distances that 9mm really has no business beaming people. It's still a very good gun.
Definitely. TSM down towards Jadina City. A city we haven't really had a chance to showcase. We gave it a hard time yesterday saying that for all the buildings that are here, why is there not more loot? And I think that's a big part of the problem. Not only is it very much on the edge, but also I feel like there are other areas where your travel time between loot, like your total time spent in order to get yourself fully kitted, is just lower.
Yeah. I mean, as you stated, I mean, it sometimes can take quite a bit of time, but TSM, fortunately, being on that southern plane, actually dropped immediately, so they did buy themselves a little extra time, and that could be the benefit as we now see Purdy going towards that Blanc, which is also a vehicle exclusive to Rondo, essentially a better UAZ.
I think one of the tricky things, and one of the things is I've talked with quite a few of the players about the double plane path coming in. I think one of the tricky things is in terms of prep. When you aren't fully aware of exactly how these teams are going to be split, how do you plan rotations? Like, how do you know who gets
which
to
team is in which plane?
How do you know who gets to their favorite drop spot and who doesn't? It's definitely putting a wrench in the reel of the brain of an in-game leader trying to kind of set up strategies and plan rotations.
For sure, it's a little bit of an element of randomness, but you know what? They figure it out, right? That's why they're
elements of randomness. They shouldn't be playing PUBG.
This is the wrong game to be playing for sure. As we see Sonics with a very wide split, as they're given quite enough room to do so. That's going to be on the northeast side of the circle. And then look at this. Twisted have actually set up on Neox Factory. They are dead center of this circle. They will not have to move at the very least for 1 or 2 shifts.
And while we have yet to see a lot of Rondo matches, I feel like everyone, viewers and talent alike, knows this area full well, because as I just said as well, the last 2 days of matches have gone pretty much in and around this exact area. So we'll see now if Twisted Minds can set up for this fight to come. No Pico buses galore, so they will have been hurt on approach. As Expendables now try and kind of scramble up towards the northern position here. Delwyn, I think, hurt the vehicles of them. Spots Batulins on the hill over on the other side as well. Might be able to catch 1 or 2 of them off.
The thing is with the Expendables, the way that they've kind of approached this, they don't necessarily need to push the pace so early, right? Because they're in the center of the circle. Yes, staying here and getting this would be a big benefit to them, but also losing members this early in the game, I'm not sure would be what they want.
He hurt them, and this is a great timing for Expendables too. They saw them split off. He saw not only one on the hill, Delwyn that is, but also saw a guy leaving in a car towards him. They know they have a guy on the roof. If you push this one smart, if you play it smart, you can take down Example, a big threat.
Huge
knock.
knock.
Tanvu does exactly that. Got to give a massive shout out to Tanvu. When things have been working for Expendables in this tournament and tournaments in the past, Tanvu has usually been the spearhead of the operation, been the guy to make things happen, been the guy to get in, get the first knock confirmed, and maybe also almost get the second one. That was a toe tap, I think, 31 damage with an M24.
It's possible it wasn't the M24. It looked like it though. When
it must have.
It clicked, but that is a big victory here for the Expendables, taking that position and pushing Twisted Minds off of that split that they had, essentially complete control of Neox Factory.
Yeah. Well, see the EMP zones pop off now. The only ones in trouble is H-Runner, but I'm sure he's going to be just fine. The Sonics out towards the east will start making their way towards this first circle too.
So looking at some of the other teams as well, coming into this circle, I mean, this is also a symptom of this circle. When it is in the middle, when it does go around test track as the center of Circle 1, it does slow things down, especially in the surrounding areas. A lot of teams are actually given a lot of room. It's good for the players, given a lot of room and a lot of time to really set up, at least in some of the surrounding areas, not necessarily compounds, but some of the buildings that also surround test tracks. So a lot of the teams currently will be comfortable going into this first shift.
Yep. Well, let's see. C1. Oh, C1, T1, and Zenith. That's what I was trying to say.
Will he see one from T1?
I don't know. I don't know. They're needing 8 clouds, and then they'd be there. Zenith, alongside his teammates, trying to scout forward, coming in from the far western side. They have Danawa right in front of them. And, I mean, if we are to go by results today, Danawa wouldn't be the hardest team to take down. Issue is, T1 wouldn't be the biggest team to take them down either. Neither of these two teams are really coming off to a solid start.
And after Again, speaking to T1 earlier in the day, their goal was to make sure that they just play their game, and they're not just looking to, you know, get enough points. They just want to get as many points as possible to also just bring that confidence and send a message going into grand finals if they do make it there.
Exactly. We'll see Haven spots a guy in the sky, but shots are instantly ringing out. I think Lyrics realizes he got to do something to shoot back as he finds himself very isolated up there in his glider.
You know, it's good to see even pro players when they get shot at in the glider kind of put their head down. Like, I saw it very briefly there from Lyrics, like, oh,
no, the bullets fly through the monitor and hit you if you don't touch.
Would probably not be sitting here if that was the case, the amount of times I've been shot successfully.
Well, but yet another team we can mention as one struggling. I mean, again, we're only 2 games into the day, but a team that wants to and needs to get something going right about now, because they have 3 points gathered in the first 2 Erangel games. In their defense, and really everyone else's too, these 2 Erangel games were absurd. Complete and utter chaos from start to finish. I don't really fault them. It just makes it that much more harder when they then have to try and succeed, because you only have 12 games, and of course some games will go by as the ones where you had a chance but didn't make much of it. Sure. And then you think, great, but now we can convert all the rest of them, but then you get tricky playing paths followed by circles like what we saw in the previous 2 Erangels. And those games will be there too. And if you're counting up 4 or 5 matches going against you, you're not going to be within top territory.
Yeah, within at this point, some of these the thousands of games that they've played, you're going to inevitably run into games where you have to just say, look, this one's a wash.
Yeah.
Not a lot we can do, whether we made the right decisions, rotations or not. The circles, the way that the other teams are set up, you're not going to get any points. And so, again, T1 doesn't really have many more of those to give.
And to add to that conversation, it makes the value of games where they then do go your way that much more important. For Lunar Galaxy, yes, they rotated off of military. Yes, they came back. Yes, they didn't really do a whole lot until there were 6 players alive on the server, but they got the win. They got themselves the points needed to make something of a game where things went their way. Had they fallen out maybe in 3rd, had Sonics been able to push on through, take them out, they only get 2 kills in a 3rd place. I mean, then we're looking at a 7-point game in what should have been pretty much a guaranteed double digit. So it's all about the few chances that you get. And of course, I mean, that's part of the reason why we play 12 games. Over the course of 12, you usually, if not pretty much always guaranteed that every single team will have had one game they could have converted into something positive if, of course, they can manage to do that.
And to bring up my point from the end of last game in Luna Galaxy 1, they need to keep their foot on the gas. Yes, in that game specifically, they pretty much were in a catch-9 situation where they got all the circles once they rotated after Circle 1. But I want to see them replicate that success when they don't get every single circle, when they have to rotate in, when unfortunately they are being, let's say, camped on a rotation by another team trying to get in on the edge. And that is where we've seen Luna struggle. So if they can rectify that, if they can at least convert that into more points, they have a real chance. And this is a perfect circle for them.
What a circle. What a not at all repeat of yesterday up towards Bamboo. At least everyone knows where that rock is now. And everyone knows you can get up on top of it and do a lot of damage like Example and Perfectix did yesterday. We'll see if that's going to come into play again as we, for the 3rd day in a row, have really only shown you about a square kilometer of Rondo. It's the biggest map, but it's also the one we know the least about.
Yeah, well, we know a lot about this area. I'll tell you that much. It's devastating test track, and
that's what we're doing. Tournament after tournament, we'll go through
we'll just go
square.
one at a time.
We'll take one square at a time for all the players to be on an even playing field. I think that's only fair.
I mean, this circle does have quite a lot of ridges and actually a decent amount of small little compounds for teams to take hold of or take control of it. Please survive. And again, just early game woes for VP. I just don't understand.
It's unfortunate. I was gonna say these small Pico trucks can, I mean, really help you out when pushing up on teams. Speaking of pushing up, here comes the rest of Virtus Pro. Next team able to trade, finds Kraken in return. As Squizzy gets out of the car too, they want to get Vinny before he gets out of there.
Nice.
But I think he might just be able to get away in time. It is an uphill drive, so a bit tricky at that, but able to get out of there. Now Inonix joins in, and that's gonna, I think, for Virtus Pro, force them to slow things down, because now they realize, wait, there's a 3rd team here as well, but not to be. VP, once again, lose yet another one.
Phase 2 and still just 2 members alive for VP. I want so badly for them to make something work. I just want to see them fight as 4 beyond the early game.
They're setting up for the 19-kill Miramar game.
Yes, but they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
I like this team so much. That's why I get so frustrated when this just is a constant for them.
It really is tough to watch. But of course, I mean, this could happen to anyone. It's just, I guess for VP, at least now they know where they're struggling. It's something that I'm sure Scoom already now is looking at trying to work into the next 3 games they have available.
Especially with Scoom, his pedigree, you know, as a former, very successful player, very intelligent mind as well. I'm sure he's trying to set the boys straight.
For those of you guys who don't know, of course, Scoom is the coach of Virtus Pro. Daytrade showcasing the location of the win here in yesterday's match, or sorry, 2 days ago on this map, as they do not like bamboo, these Daytrade boys. Therefore, they will try and take down the entire forest.
And CC now just slowly biding his time, and they are letting Daytrade kind of pass through, as they're actually just gonna, they're gonna decide to not even mess with bamboo, and it's difficult to get a team that's entrenched in that area out of it. And so realize they can actually take a wider rotation here, and I like this. I like this quite a bit for Daytrade. They can actually put themselves in a position where they don't get trapped in bamboo. They can rotate around it if they so choose. And what is happening here?
There's definitely some, again, some small skirmishes going on. This time around Expendables and All Gaming Global looking towards one another. TSM joining the test track party as well, as they, I mean, to go off of what we've seen in the past, expect the circles to come back in this direction. Sparking the UAV for the team. The drone in the air, looking forward, trying to see if he can catch some All Gaming Global players in the open. Right now, not peeking, but who knows, maybe there's a knock for him to be found.
And even for TSM, it's been kind of a slow day, Toby.
It has?
For them. I mean, they started with about 57, I believe, or somewhere around there. They're currently sat at 65, most likely safe, but still would like to get at least another 10 points to ensure that they're completely safe and they don't have to worry about anything going into the final 3 games after this.
Now, with this shift up towards the north, I'm curious to see how teams are going to rotate in on it. Again, now we know this area quite well. We'll see if teams opt to go all the way north around, because there's a lot of teams that are going to be coming in from the south. Chaos could unfold just moments from now, unless if they manage to untangle, I should say, these rotations that are most likely going to be going crisscross through one another. And speaking thereof, New Happy forced outside the vehicles. They need to take the fight here to BB Team. First player to fall is December 12th.
And BB Team has just come in today with a mission. Currently sat at 67 points. I mean, they have been so consistent. And as I say that, of course, Alo will find Bestel auction. He will fall.
Yep.
So a point for TSM, but still having to contend with New Happy as well.
TSM, yet again, yet another third-party opportunity. I love this approach that they have to the game. Don't go all in. If you can, at a distance, try and see if you can claim 3 points. I say free. Dark Choose won't make them as free as I think TSM had hoped for, but the rest here should definitely be doable.
I'm looking at Sparking here, and
he's out of gas.
He's just going to be gliding through. And meanwhile, on the east side of the map, Sonic's actually getting quite close to Luna Galaxy's position, is Sparking with an excellent landing.
Oh, there comes Spiro. He saw him just on the side of the vehicle. Got to get out of that car fast, and indeed he does. Take some shots at him at a fast. We're actually down to really low HP, trying to wrap back towards the eastern side, but instantly after Filfirst on the rock, Sparking needs some help.
Filfirst also could be in trouble here, but yes, mainly it's going to be Sparking now that has to defend. The nade coming through. Unfortunately, Filfirst will not go down, but Alo will find the knock.
Yep. In the meantime, All Gaming Global. T finds a double onto Danawa. That's elsewhere on the map on the southeastern, or sorry, northwestern side of where we are currently positioned. Spiro from the car with the double. This vehicle can tank 1 or 2 more bullets before it'll blow up, but it does not mean that Spiro won't drive in it. He'll do so, find 2 knocks onto TSM, and what looked to be a fight going completely the way of TSM is now starting to go against them.
Somewhat in shambles, and BB Team, what a good turnaround on this fight. Initially, did not look good for them at all. Now Alo getting shot in the back. That nade will cruise past him, and so he will be able to heal in the smoke, but he is all but alone at this point.
Tricky position for him to be in. He does have Purdy alive, but he's much further towards the north. They're miles out into the blue, and in just about 20 seconds, phase 4 will pop, and it'll start hurting a lot more to be in this position. Adusi lops the nade on into the smoke, flashed, has to back off. As Alo is trying to reposition, wants to get back in the car, wants to get the hell out of there, but it's not easy to try and make this move here.
No, and as you stated, Purdy not really in a position at all to support this, and so BB, the last 2 members, just given free reign to get rid of the members of TSM.
In the meantime, Hey,
what happened here?
I don't know. We got here too late, but Danawa standing strong in the outpost on the hillside. They lost 2 players, or at least has 2 players knocked by Sir T earlier. I think New Happy thought that was going to be a chance for them to pounce, but Danawa shuts down New Happy on approach as Purdy gets the knock onto Spiro, falls down immediately after though, and that is going to be TSM out in 15th.
The damage has been done though. BB is in quite a lot of trouble. I mean, they might be able to recover, but just as a duo, it's still stuck in the blue. Meanwhile, Shrimzy is going to find an easy knock on a Perfectix, and that's going to be confirmed.
Nice 2-2 split that Sonics have got going right now, trying to again make sure that no one's creeping in from behind. Very much of, let's call it now, a Valatai approach to the game.
Sure.
Spreading out, I mean, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, you can name all of them. Staying on the edge, trying to spread out, trying to make sure that no one's wrapping in from behind. And here again, a look at the aftermath of the push that we saw just before. Of course, it's an uphill climb for New Happy, so Danawa was aware of their approach for a while, were able to set up for it, but little did New Happy know that they were going to get completely shut down as they approached.
And if you're the Expendables, I mean, you have to find your way in, right? This blue is really starting to tick down. And for this team, I mean, their rotation is blocked by multiple teams. If they go further south, they're going to have to run into AGG, either Gaming Gladiators or Danawa, who also aren't even in the circle currently, Toby.
Exactly. And Onyx trying to isolate the Expendables player, does not want them anywhere near him, but they have another plan in mind altogether. Nade lobbed on forward, wants to try and get at least some damage done before this becomes a proper 1v1, or should I say 1v2 battle, but he's going to go down. Nade well placed by Cloris, as he's going to try and make the push further forward.
And the other members of Danawa aren't even really close to this, actually sitting at that bird's eye view here. Loki and Deal with no support, unable to help in Onyx at all.
Exactly the issue there, the trees blocking the vision, and I think that's again part of the thing where these players are also still learning the map. Where do we have the perfect opportunity to back up one another, and from where can you not take a fight without us not being able to see you? Expendables, deployable cover, deployed, I should say, as All Gaming Global's Tycon looking in this direction too. Of course, saw the action, heard the shots fired before. Want to see if maybe he can get a point or two off of that.
And Sonic's doing a great job of just feasting on all these teams on the outside who are having rotational issues, just picking apart member after member. They will find one of Daytrade there. At least Daytrade still has 3 members alive, but Sonic's now on their edge, going to contend with them, as they actually have quite a bit of room. Even if they wanted to, they could actually wrap all the way south towards the last 2 members of VP as well, Toby.
This southeast has half the server in it. E-Arena has a 300-meter buffer on all sides. There is so much, like these teams are so crammed down towards the southeast, and now I think this is going to be the fuse that lights this entire southeast side on fire.
Especially once AGG gets involved, and you can see they're starting to look at that, but a bamboo circle. I'm kind of excited for this.
I mean, this shift, the center compound, there's no one in it, and Tiger now, I think, realizing, guys, there's a lot of kills over here, but this circle just said, no, thank you, we're not gonna go over in that direction. You can see Nixie trying to peek on forward, trying to get some space for himself. Sonics, they're on the run already. They know for a fact that while all these teams are fighting on the south, we should make a play for the circle.
There's no way. Oh, they're getting there at the same time as Gaming Gladiators. At the same exact time, the fight is kicking off. Shrimzy will find one. Huyn will find one. The trades are coming out. It's just out a win, and Gladiators will win this.
What a scramble for what I call the compound. It's really just a shack.
It's a shack.
Not a whole lot more to play around, but they full speed sent it, and Dante, the lone survivor of this one, in helping taking out Sonics. But here comes the cavalry. Here comes the, I guess, belated Sonics helpers in T1. It's just Dante. Can he do this on his own? He doesn't need to do it on his own, because Tianba are there to help him.
Tianba unbelievably have given the helping hand to Dante. Still, Levante alive, but I don't think he's going to have an opportunity to even get him up. He just needs to survive.
This is so incredibly difficult. The smoke's going to fade in just a moment as well. Ian and Zenith on the other side. They have to make a play. They cannot just let him stay alive. They see him around the side. Ian, first shot's connected.
Oh, no way!
Shot from Dante. What an effort. Solid performance, but not enough. Zenith had the play to make from the other side, but what a try. I love these glimpses of mechanical skill that we get to see at global stage PUBG. Nice try, Dante. Unfortunately for him, that 1v2 was unwinnable.
Well, here comes Daytrade now, as they're the 4th team to try to get involved, and one will fall, so at least Thanadol and Flash will still be alive to try to get rid of the rest of the teams. And T1, it's just EN. What can you do? Close in the smoke.
What is up with these teams today as Ian now trying to stay put, finds one, will get taken down, Flash stays alive, but now he is the last survivor of Day Trade. We just lost 5 teams in this compound. I think there is about 9,000 bullets scattered all around these 1.5 shacks. And for now, this is where Day Trade calls home, but unless if Luna Galaxy are gonna come in here and say something about it, everyone has been here at this point, so Luna Galaxy might as well pull up too. Haven trying to make a play alongside Vinny around the side, there he goes, spots him through the smoke. Haven able to find the first, drones down, tries to go for the second, but no Flash. It's gonna take him from behind, and just like that, Day Trade falls as well. What in the world is going on?
How many teams are going to join this compound? There's the 5th team, Toby. The 5th team to join this. Unbelievable.
I'm at a loss for words. Lou, I see you in the blue. Get in a car, go down.
Just do it.
Just do it, bro. And the worst thing is, we've just shifted the circle, so that's the only place All Gaming Global, E-Arena, and Tiamba can really go to play from.
Tiamba at the very least, though, Toby. Let's take a breath. Tiamba, at the very least, can actually shift west if they wanted to. A little bit west of Bamboo. They don't necessarily have to commit to that compound that Luna have. What do we have to call that something at this point?
It's yeah. We've talked about how we've kind of stopped making call-outs for positions that aren't. Back in the day, we used to have the community doing this all the time. Somebody in chat, somebody in the community, come up with a name for what we just saw, and let's call that compound exactly that. Let's do an official PUBG competition to name that compound, because that deserves it. Theo able to get one on the other side here. That's gonna put a little bit of a break on the rotation from All Gaming Global. As I say that, Tigger able to find Loki down. I thought that might be their chance to push on up, but nice approach here from E-Arena to send 2 players down south of the compound.
And once again, AGG is down to just Sapao and Tycon, who did an immense amount of work in the last game. It seems like Sapao is right there with Tycon as far as just helping out, giving a helping hand deal, though. No way he makes it out of that one alive.
Let's get the knock with the nade onto Sapao, though. We'll see if that's going to come to cost. Tycon currently looking the other way. Not really in a position to get the rest, so maybe Deal will get the kill in the end of it. Indeed, he will. Tycon will fall as well. Gets the flush onto Lou in the middle of the open. Just casually,
the way he just looks like, oh, look, free kill.
Tap, takes him out, and now we're down to just 4.
Tiamba, though, what is their move? Will they, in fact, go a little bit to the west, or will they just try to take this compound from Luna Galaxy? As you see, E-Arena now starting to flex out toward the east side of this, and they do have a nice ridge to work with in order to take angles onto either Petrichor, Luna, or Tiamba. So this really is a big opportunity for E-Arena to get some much-needed points.
Sure is. Sure is. Petrichor with the high ground still left to work with, but as you can see here as well, every time they peek on over, E-Arena is there ready to shoot at them. They have managed to get all their players up towards the northern side here, but we'll see how much they can make of it. 3 guys kind of sat on top of one another for E-Arena right now. A bus and a rock for cover. Not too much to work with. They're going to try and see if they can assist Tigger, who I think is now starting to realize that Petrichor knows he is on his own.
Oh, what a grenade! That was perfection from Chewy. As now this is such a good play as well from Petrichor, as you were stating, realizing that the biggest threat to them is going to be the team that's on their east.
You know what? Let's add another team to the mix, shall we? Tiamba now making a play on this compound. Haven and Vinny realizing, wait, everyone else who's been trying to defend this position has died. We should get out of here before it's too late. The issue is there's nowhere for them to run. They're going to lob nades forward. Believe you me, they should have 200 nades at this point lying inside this compound. Vinny will find Pow Pow with the first.
And Lin Shu has now gone to the north side of this, so he's going to get a different set of angles onto Lou. And really, they're just pigeonholed here into this spot now with a perfect backstab. And there it is. Tiamba will take control.
This is absolutely insane. The amount of corpses in this shack is unheard of, unparalleled to anything I feel like we have ever seen. Sissy gets one, because why not have E-Arena come over here as well? We're reaching, I believe, over half the teams on the server has either survived or died in and around this one shack. You asked if Rondo could deliver, and in my opinion, it sure does right now as Ikeslip finds one, goes for the second, not gonna find him in the Jacob is able to stand strong, takes down the double.
And it's just now down to Chewy and Summer now. Nade coming out. Jacob, can he actually get the nade? No, he does not. And Chewy again with the flashbang, not hitting himself, coming around the corner, and he will finally finish off E-Arena.
Tiamba were they really to be the victors, the champions of the Shack? Should it just be the Shack?
We should. You know what we should call this? I have the perfect name: Graveyard.
You know what? That is Graveyard now. In my opinion, that's Graveyard.
The amount of crates.
You know what? I would like to have thought of a great name myself, but I can't come up with anything better. That is definitely the Graveyard from here on out. Petrichor, Summer, sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Probably took off his shoes too, trying to creep on forward. He knows he's in a 2v4. He knows that Chiamba is waiting just on the other side of the rock. They have the better position in the circle, but they're massively outnumbered. Pow Pow swinging his pan for memes. We'll see if what the mission is with that. In the meantime, Chewy prone with a smoke grenade launcher in hand. If they catch them on a 2-2 split, that might actually be... Linshu is trying to get an off angle. Oh, that's what they were doing. Deployable cover. Okay, makes sense, I suppose. We'll see now if Summer, he's crept up the rock. Does Linshu see him? Yes, he does.
Summer, though, with a big opportunity here to finally give themselves somewhat of a break in this 2v4, but now it's just down to him. Chewy has fallen stuck.
Yeah.
Literally between a rock and a hard place. Is back to the blue, and they should know exactly where Summer is now.
Yep, set up high, not gonna happen, not gonna work for him. As Chiamba comes out victorious, and what I can safely say is the most hectic run that we have ever had in global PUBG, because we only had 3. What a game, and a finish in the Graveyard.
The amount of teams that
Поиграем. Егор, ты тут? Егор. Ты здесь еще?
Да, я херачусь.
Выходи и пошли поиграем. Играть будем еще?
Да не, все сейчас спать пойду.
Ах ты ж сучка, блядь.
Как ты, блядь, еще дальше ходил?
Да я же турик смотрю. Да, стрим посмотрим. Или что, YouTube не работает? Ты все, да? Ластовую? Ластовую?
Да, я все уже. Ты че?
Ты гад. Че, этот... Не разрешаю, да, дальше.
Мне сказали добро. Ну давай заходи.
А, будешь играть?
Да, говорит, можно прийти.
Че с тобой? Ладно, зови давай.
Зову. Ах, че там тупик.
Че, дуо или че? Посмотри, в клане есть-то? Свободное.
А я не знаю, Тоху зову, что ли? Мараси.
Что Тоха?
Антитрафер. Антивахер.
Сейчас еще на F напишу. Ебать, нахуй ждать, что ли, блядь? Я покурю. Тут их, короче. Что это? И у меня экран такой маленький. А, нужно. Все, надела. Вот.
Есть?
Да-да. Прям передо мной, аккуратно.
Типа, вот света.
Пока не взорвался, блядь. Двое у нас тут, на нашей полосе.
Да.
Да, да. В следующем доме.
И в следующем.
Да, там их двое, аккуратно. Я отошел немного. Головы нету.
Ключик имеется.
Да надо убить этих. Здесь был в доме.
Я слышу.
Кемперят.
Это все, это до вечера там будет сидеть.
А второй где? Аккуратно, второй должен быть.
Туда же прилетаешь.
А, да?
Но это не точно. Побывайте. Сейчас круто.
У меня Димолик есть. Второй где? Второй там же, да?
Там же.
Ну ебало, блядь.
Батя просто лежали. Видел их?
Нет. Я не смотрю за... Зачем?
Все, давай, нормально, падай.
Егор, яйца готовы у тебя к бою?
Чего говоришь?
Яички, говорю, готовы к бою? Хорошо. Тут лутаемся, берем тачку и едем пиздить нахуй всех, блин. Сюда я падаю. Сюда падать любят. Блядь, мы плохо, да, падаем? Да. Там чел охуенно падает.
Нет.
Он внутри уже. Второй где?
Вот все.
Файт выиграли, это уже хорошо, блядь.
Давай меньше.
Что делать?
А?
Что делать?
Восьмерка лежит. Что делать?
Что меньше надо?
Я не знаю.
Ты что сказал? Ты сказал, блядь, что-то надо меньше, блядь. Что меньше?
Я ничего не сказал, отвали. Я молчу, я смотрю. Прокрутно.
Не, ауг нужен.
Что, по пятерке?
У нас ауг, ой, этот есть. Харик. У меня рюкзака нет.
Там же был рюкзак, нет?
Не видел.
Вот он лежит, нет?
Да?
А, спасать.
Шарик. Смок лежит.
Где? К нему?
А что ты не смотрел?
Я просто что-то один нашел и все как бы. Вот он лежит, ёб твою дивизию.
Где? М24.
Метки внутри.
Че, беру шарик, да и это, да, пойдем? Кемпы сходим. Чего, аук, ты молчишь, блин?
Я не видел.
Ты чё шарик не делал?
Ты говоришь, я беру шарик и идем в кемпы.
Шелтер не подали, не видел?
Не, я не видел, честно. Давайте вот что. Что получше, то хуже падает. Менька валяется.
Пятерки все забрал?
Я на семерках.
Понял.
Пятерок.
Понятно. Смоки не берет.
Есть.
Вилмаги, но себе надо.
Ну тоже. Слушай, дай походать.
Че, пойдем? Поедем им в этот?
Это бьется и...
Поехали сюда.
Куда?
Резко. На мою метку. Сейчас меньшим побежит.
Блин, ну на баге ехать такое себе.
На мою метку, она рядом.
Я понимаю, на баге ехать такое себе.
Да мы потом улетим.
Да, лечит в баге езжусь.
А кто тебя сейчас выбьет, скажи?
Слышишь, стреляются.
Они на меньшине стреляют. Или на горке. Да, на горке вроде. Этот есть. Отлично. Два. Энергетика, а чё?
Просто.
Нужны? У тебя много?
Да, да, Они полетели, запускаешь.
Не будем никого закрыть?
Херачишься.
Ну, полетели. Так, как раз до прока далеко.
Ну, оно уже прошло.
Нет, туда. Шарик, дочка. Стань вот так, как я. Угу. Последнее поле я выбил его.
Пилочки какие-то.
А если люди там...
Занимают эту нишу.
Хорошо, у меня просто...
Не левей, не левей, правей.
Ты правее, я левей.
Да, да, все верно. Только левый это левый,
Да, я
правый.
понял, все самое. У меня обойма пустая, если что.
А у меня тоже было такое.
Вроде никого пока не вижу. Крышу упаду. У тебя открыто, аккуратно. Никого?
Че у кого?
Нету никого?
У тебя нет никого. Тут ботинок, походу, убрался, потому что все валяется. Вообще все валяется. Пустые, хлысты, один пуст. Пачка спускается к тебе. Он тебя видит, или меня увидит.
Тебя, скорее всего. Слева у меня выходит.
Опять слева?
Да, вот здесь у меня.
Я понимаю, я лазик вижу, их не вижу.
На улице.
Я в курсе.
Один.
Один в доме. Один слепой. Левно. Видишь, я похудел еще раньше. Слева, блять, Ваня, я тебе точно отпышу когда-нибудь. У Вилмаги есть?
Все, 2 только и все, чё?
В смысле 2 только? А, ты их забрал?
Да.
Все.
Здорово, здорово. Ну, пишет.
Очень кровно.
Хохлушки. Минус колесо. Сдалека.
Топчик.
Ходишь куда за? Инсайд. Хорош. Минус хохлушки, блин. Мне в чате пишет нубс. Понял?
Тебе пишет?
Да. Люди летят. Сейчас на крышу могут падать. Еще что-то едет.
Ну, боюсь, что играть не умеет. За 11 тысяч часов не научились играть.
Не, уже больше. А, не туда упали, наверх.
Нам отсюда стрелять. Вот это не видел.
Блять, со всех сторон. На крыше не варик. Церкви тоже долбят.
В смысле? Я, блядь, за ограждение был. Я перекоряв без.
Бери, конечно.
Это знакомый похоже на Макача. Конкретно. Короче, желтый и проверение. Вот они шевелятся.
Вижу, у нас люди. Их задавили? Все, их убили.
А уже где-то бег.
Impossible! Где там стреляется? На тачке, что ли?
Как тут стреляется? Ты видишь? Стенешь.
На метке за тачкой, там за камнем. У нас на той стороне.
Метки за тачкой.
Здесь стекло разбилось. Ты не разбивал никакое стекло?
Нет.
Колесо ебнул. Ну, уебало. У нас люди здесь.
Где второй?
Не знаю.
Как раз.
Один здесь, один уже в доме.
Тачка, да, красный видит. Их двое там.
Да, их два.
Один на второй этаж.
Хорошо.
Не ссорьтесь.
Да.
Здесь тачка.
Нету. Баги без колес. А, нет, тачка есть у нас. УАЗик, ебли. На котором приехали.
Сюда.
Тут у нас люди. Попробуй... А, нет, мы сейчас выше поднимемся.
Здесь чего вижу?
Так, вверх смотрим пока. Я там вроде видел.
В туалете. Это тоже видел.
Аккуратно. Эти активировались. Хорош, ты где убил?
Да, отсюда.
Сдалека стреляем. Второго не знаю где.
Попал. Ладно.
Я ему каску сбил, алё, блядь. Бля, не дохнет. Бля, там никто не лежит. Поехали, Егор. Отъедем. Их убили. Как вы?
Нет, вот их.
Все, поехали. Готовь яйца. Прижимаю туалет, дверь. Вроде никого. Аккуратно, вверх есть, видишь, вверх есть. Не вижу верхних. Ошибка, Егор.
Нам надо ехать. Мы не в зоне, поедем.
Я знаю, надо этих смотреть тоже.
Упор. Тут упор.
Аккуратно. Что-то летит. Аккуратно. Я смотрю за ним. Что-то еще прилетело. Еще. Звонка. Аккуратно там. Просто садимся, едем. Хорош. Не, похуй.
Ну, не дай, все точно.
Смотрим вверх. Просто вверх смотрим. Не смотри, что рядом.
Ты смотри, что это.
Нет, в другую сторону. Вижу. Он, вон, добивать будет. Наверху на метке. Он не за зоной, 5-й фазе. Видишь? 1 хп, хорош. Все, поднимай. Лучший, блин.
Ты ниже меня был, я поэтому его не видел.
Ты за этим был вообще. За машиной ты не мог его видеть. Так, информацию собери, и надо идти где-то потом. Аккуратно, если стрелять будет... Все, там закрыли одни.
Ты смотри на меня.
Вижу его.
Опасно соло.
Здесь он, Егор. Его надо убивать.
Ну, чекай, я этого чеку спину. Конечно.
Здесь может быть аккуратно. Кстати, не будет всем. Он там где-то, Егор. Или за забором ползет, хуй знает.
Нам надо дальше идти куда-то, мы не в зоне.
Я знаю, надо смотреть этого. Зона дойдет, и тогда пойдем. Ты двигайся в зону. Я смотрю. Умру.
Скорее всего, по забору пойду.
Тихо. Ты уже в зоне, куда спешишь? Ну, я думаю, он тоже вдоль забора ползет, наверное, да?
Да.
Так, двое там, мы двое, он один. Еще 3 сквада с нами. Аккуратно, по тебе? Я увидел этого.
Да. Тебя?
Убил.
Хорош.
Здесь соло! Он соло. Играй. Можешь его убить. Ебаный друг на... Ебаный бот, блядь. Что? Да ты поспешил, надо было со мной играть. Ладно, похуй. Веселая. Вот бездарность такая. Ладно, музыку не слушаю. Ты здесь, Игорь? Игорь. Куда летишь?
Не знаю, куда ты.
Давай сюда, в город.
Да.
Никого нету, что ли? Сзади один. Летим убивать. Двое.
Где?
Один здесь, один сюда упал.
Да, увидел. Значит, тачку смотрит.
Да не, он не мутаться вроде.
Я уже.
Я справлюсь.
Че уже? Че за херня?
Да заебало, не перезаряжается нахуй.
Я уже.
Ну, ищи, лутайся, если.
К ним?
Да надо убить, потом по кайфу.
Как тебе?
Вижу, и увидел одного.
Там же.
На моей метке прям один бегает. Второй выше, там.
Актив.
Он на улице уже. Вот, видишь? Серьезно? Да он меня сейчас убьет нахуй. Блять.
Красную метку свою видишь?
Как я вижу? Я мертвый. Я...
Ага.
Че ты скинул?
Давай.
Он залез. панцир. Не перезарядили. У него панцир, блядь. Крем джампить умеешь?
Делать?
Крем джампить. Ну, на окно запрыгнуть.
Запрыгну, как гранат.
А этот, сейчас второй придет, аккуратно. Иди убей его нахуй.
Я не понимаю, где.
Он у тебя на улице слева. Вон здесь, на улице слева.
Я понял, но где?
Слева на улице за домом, блядь. Там где-то.
Это не то, что...
Слышишь? Вот здесь был за забором. Ну, он бегает нахуй. Сука, блядь, мне эта игра, блядь, бесит нахуй. Сука, долбоёбы играют, блядь. Надо на рашке играть, нахуй. Чип возьми, нахуй. Ты мой взял? Окно, видишь его?
Да.
Нижний этаж. Чё, Дан?
Вижу, Вань, вижу. Я ж не совсем... Лепуша. Тебе чё тут надо?
Что за хуйня, блядь?
Нет ни одного смока. А, вот. Я думал, юмор, кстати.
Да ебаный в рот, блядь.
О. Сидя, прикинь, начал поднимать. Я удивился, думал, сидя сейчас поднимает.
Что у меня, блядь, браузер тупит?
Что с ним не так? Да, ехать, скажем.
Ахуй. На прок будет. Всё, блядь.
Давай ко мне.
Я сюда упаду, в ворота, да.
Еду к тебе.
Да.
Я бачу, если что, сейчас проеду, посмотрим, где есть.
Вроде. Что там? Нет. Всё, вот она.
Нет, с этой стороны ничего не выпало, все на месте. Слышь?
Вот она была.
Вот с этой стороны все на месте.
Хорошо.
Are you understand me?
Передача хорошо.
С правой стороны, которая лево. Вот, вот такое есть. Вот такое есть.
А, угодно. Сколько надо?
Залупали. Я думал, нет. Я не могу дымы найти. А, тут вот такая херня есть.
Есть у меня.
Че?
Есть у меня.
Че? Кто?
Есть у
Ты
меня.
скажи громче.
Есть,
А,
есть.
тут что-то какая-то в себя куда-то туда.
Мне этот нужен. Иксовка нужна, мне нету иксовки.
Блин, подожди, я где-то здесь видел что-то. Вот четверка. Пока что так.
Ты разве иксовка?
А вот все, что есть.
Да.
Что думаешь, я тебе тут их этот крафчу? Заношло.
Недалеко.
Ну вот и не мразься, она после этого вот шестерка лежит.
Хорошо.
Пошевеливайтесь у нас минуту. Дядечка. Ванечка. Пачка где-то рядом есть.
Че, едем?
Да? Тут есть. Они с ними перестреливаются. А демон наверху.
Где ты его видишь?
Дайте здесь. далеко. Тачка. Сюда подъехала тачка. Прям приехал. Передумал. Проехать. На крыше тут.
Лишь бы на бочке не было никого.
Вот тут спина.
Не, смока нету.
Три.
Один скин.
Да.
Я не понял откуда. Откуда он стреляет?
Да вот там где-то.
А, вон тут. Едем. Бинтуйся. Сильно бинтуйся.
Ага, бинтуюсь.
Нету никого. Чё черти, блядь?
Тут бегает, тут бегает.
Бил?
Бил желтый.
Он кого-то хаешкой убил вроде.
Да вышел.
Чекаю.
Он групп.
Бля, еще слева есть. Его вроде убили.
Везде люди, вы. Прям овер везде. Где?
Да там, блядь, баг какой-то на.
Эти метку дай. Я услышал, но не вижу.
Кемпах есть, я не знаю где он.
Побежит.
Плюс охуячит.
Да пусть херачит, он сейчас побежит. Да, он уже пора где-то. Тут он. Вот тут он. Вот тут он. Ай. Тут канистра опять стоит он так.
Угу. Не его убил.
Нет. А он с тачка вот.
Одно колесо пробито у них.
Вторая.
Смог, дай на машину.
Спалю с них.
Да, похуй. Они в нашей яме, не на?
Я не знаю. Вот тут день. Можем дроп был там, кстати.
Нет. Все, спину смотрим. На спине есть, я тебе, блядь, инфосотка нахуй. Спереди тут есть, наверное. Мало, пятерок опять. А. Это... Он здесь. Он умер.
Угу. Дерзкий какой-то.
Интерес.
Я не знаю откуда.
Нет. Все, от зоны, он от зоны умер.
Я понял, аж давно.
Нет, этот винторез, который стрелял по нам,
И?
он от зоны, потому что я слышал, как он играет там. Это очень сильно право есть.
Дроп никто не трогал.
Я в курсе. Вижу людей.
Я вовремя. Наверху тут где-то есть.
Там ползает, наверное. Если не убили. Все, его нокнули.
Его нокнул? Да, нокнул.
Или он нокнул. Может, он нокнул. Он нокнул. Идем сюда. Потому что сейчас могли уже прийти. Шел нахуй. Ебать, я присел, бля, вовремя.
Угу.
Аккуратно.
Справа.
Просто ждем зону. Эти сейчас прыгать будут вверх. Одному больно вверх.
Давайте побежать.
Я правых смотрю, Егор. Здесь двое. Не играй с верхними, Егор.
Окей.
Хуй на эти киллы. Я могу убить верхнего, но не буду. Я жду, пока выбегут. Правые, вижу их. Здесь.
Я одного только видел.
Он что-то знает, сучер.
Рой туда же перебежал.
Ну, ты можешь своих нокать, если хочешь.
Да он знает, где я сижу. Я в этой игре встаю. Он бежит, Вань. Ну, блядь, бежи.
Его нокнут.
Отсюда что ты делаешь?
Все, выиграли. Он все.
Я, блядь, могу убить в итоге. Нихуя не делаешь.
Я нокнул, бля.
Того.
Я ждал, пока то 3 нокда, чтобы раз на раз остались, понял?
Есть нок.
Бля, я просто умом взял, блядь, жесть, бля. Нокай. Может, этот хуй с читами играет. Надо, чтобы тут был. Второй как будто с читами у них, нет? Которого сейчас последним убили.
Пас. Не понял, а что у нас не показывает, что мы топ взяли?
Взяли.
Сейчас
Тут клан нажми.
Ну.
Там, видишь, бродяга и пафос взяли тут.
Нет. У меня нет такого. Ладно, пошел я спать.
Обновление клана. Ладно, давай. Пойду этот смотреть. ЕВЦ дальше, потом опять зайду.
Евровидение, давай.
Не Евровидение, ЕВЦ по PUBG турнир. Ладно, пока. Эй. Чё у меня 0 мегабит, блядь, интернет, блядь? Повключаете всякую хуйню, блядь.
For you, Twisted Mind. But no flash. It's going to take him from behind. Air.
They want to keep pushing that kill count even higher. The Expendables Delwyn taking down Evan.
Well, LG got taken by surprise right there. Great reposition from Sparking. Great 1v1 there from Haven, unfortunately.
And being denied of
over the place, swapping in right into this one. It's going to be all about pacing on this. Can we see a holdout for positioning? Tycon is playing off by himself right now, trusting the rest of his teammates to really contain. But look at the reinforcements coming in from Twisted Minds. They're playing the outside wall to the west, trying to swoop in, see if they can sneak in back behind AGG.
Yeah, Perfectix playing his role to perfection right now. Is all his job is to waste their time. Don't let them take you out now. Wait for the boys to come and provide some support. They've come around. They've got the angle. You see Batu looking over and trying to get some more information. They spotted out Sir T, did some damage, didn't get the knock. That will do it, though. Perfectix with the grenade.
Good exchange of information there is some support coming out from the long-range sniping of the ump, trying to see if he can get something out of it. And now, okay, this is a good/bad thing, right? AGG, already great, in a good position. Twisted Minds really need some points, so this could be massive.
Yeah, you saw that split screen, too. We've got another fight breaking out between the Expendables and New Happy. another team that desperately needs something to go their way, and the Expendables, well, they feel comfortable enough to come after these guys. So apparently that's just the APAC way, man. Once they've gotten their spot secure, let's go after the guys that we don't want to see.
Couple of peeks around very narrowly, dodging death as Perfectix keeps going for a precarious peek every single moment. Here's the footsteps, knows that it's coming, goes for the spray, but he's gonna go down. So comes in with a flush just to finish it out with the shotties. All right, Twisted, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna commit in as everybody from AGG is pretty much around this compound?
Just DBS things as Twisted has arrived. Lou taking the high ground here. Don't know if they know about, I guess Tycon has come and rejoined everybody. Sapao through the window. We already mentioned, obviously, Tycon the superstar, but Sapao has been more than up to the task this game as well.
It's a 1-for-1 trade as it's going to be the shift in defenders. It was Perfectix holding that second story now, and it's going to be the entirety of the building under control of AGG. This is inside the circle, so it can slow burn a bit. There's no big push, but remember, look at this. Example sitting on, what, 40 bullets right now? This is not a good way to play it.
This is what I was waiting to see, how long this was going to play out, who's going to come in third party. First one there is going to be TSM. BB team just off to the north as well, but they've only got one, so not getting too involved just yet. Meanwhile, the Sandstorm has arrived to the Expendables and New Happy. Great spray from Delwyn as they continue their reign of terror from last game.
New Happy, new sad right now as they are in so much trouble. Expendables just trying to hammer them down, deny any dreams of the grand finals for them, and it is just the worst place to get caught out at.
Last bullet just couldn't land on Ming Ming. Batanvu, he's coming over, he's got the angle, he's gonna find one, easy knock, long skir, the last one. Just like that, New Happy down again.
The rich get richer as New Happy is in so much trouble to make it into the grand finals. Watching this TSM still maneuvering around what's going on in this position. They're going to shift over to the west. Don't want to be involved in it. This is also a very weird situation with it being right on the edge and a PowerPoint position that a lot of people are going to pass by. We could see if this pops off, anybody that's close could choose to stop in third party at any moment.
Oh man, Twisted, this is just a worst case scenario. They are just down to one, and he's got 10 rounds left for the M16. Won't even matter as Tycon will find him, and Twisted Minds out in 15th place.
Man, the dominance coming out from AGG and the Expendables. We often have talked about asserting your authority when you get the lead and really just trying to make your own way through this one. This is establishing a destiny for themselves moving into the grand final, saying, okay,